Hello and welcome to this, our 263rd live stream. The live streamer's Gambit. Of course, this is a play on the Concubine's Gambit, which was our Monday educational video. If you haven't seen that, please go back and watch it after the live stream. Now, what we're going to pitch today is our upcoming book, Lord of Steel and Sky. This is the third book in the War of the Gods series, and this is where Alicia Stripes gets her redemption arc. It's coming out in 6 weeks, so we are going to be focusing a little more on this as we go on here. So, we hope you enjoy this book when it does come out. If you happen to be a language guy, you're going to really enjoy this. And if you're not, you're still going to enjoy it because it's high adventure. So, again, Lord of Steel and Sky. Available for pre-order on Amazon. Okay. Now with that said, Quango and Camp ask the question here. Take. Is that going to be the title of your 7th or 8th book? Well, this is the third book. We've got a 4th book in rough draft, and a 5th book half written. So, there's at least going to be 5 books. We know there's going to be 5 books, at least. So, Dark Blade goes, is that his hexadecimal conlang? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's the hexadecimal conlang. It's got a dictionary in the back and everything. So, and actually a written script as well. So, it's not the only conlang I've done for the series, but for this book, that's the conlang we're using. So, it's all in good fun. And if you decide not to do the conlang, well, you're not going to lose much. So, Andrew Graham, well, 4.5. Yeah, well, the half is already like 34,000 words long, so it's I expect it to reach completion shortly after we get the 4th one out to pre-order. Okay, so with that said, let's get into the rules, and then we will go to the questions. Rules are the same as always. Super Chats have priority. No surprise there. True on every YouTube channel. We do take non-Super Chat questions, but we ask that you put a Q and a colon in front of it. No Q and colon, we might as well not see it. Only post non-Super Chats once. Repeated questions will get it disqualified. Even subtly changed questions will get it disqualified.
And if you wrote it on Wednesday, it's still part of this.
Yeah, and if you wrote it on Wednesday, it's still part of this live stream. So don't repeat it again, because I did see it. Okay? Also, just because you post a non-Super Chat question doesn't mean we'll take it. We might take it. I just might decide not to take it. There's nothing compelling me to take a non-Super Chat question. Okay? If it's a verse from the Bible, we ask that you... something from the Bible, we ask that you give us some context. So we want the... book of the Bible it's from, the chapter, and the verse. That helps us narrow down the question and understand what you're talking about. We also ask that if you sponsor a super chat, which we do allow, that you post the repeat the original question in the super chat so we don't have to go hunting for it. It makes things just a lot easier for us. And finally, 1 question per chat. No question stacking. It's not fair to anybody that we have to answer 10 questions per chat. So we're not going to do it. So only 1 question per chat. That sticks whether it's a regular chat or a super chat. All right? So with that said, let's get into the questions. Darkblade goes, now I feel I have to get it. Otherwise, some percent of the community will randomly switch to the conlang, like how I randomly switched to Chinese, and I wouldn't be able to understand them. Uh-huh. Ah, good times. Good times. Okay, first question of the night here is from Darkblade. Why do you hold your reading for Osiris? Okay. There are two major readings for Osiris. The traditional one, the one that most people use, begins with a W chick, the W or O phoneme. The other one begins with an aleph. Okay, a vulture aleph. Okay, I tend to read it WSIR. Okay, Usir or Osiris. Okay, Osiris doesn't know how to read. A lot of scholars recently have favored the aleph version of this, but I'm not convinced of it. Here's the reason why I'm not convinced of it. While the orthography of Osiris has changed to the Q1, which is the sort of the stone throne hieroglyph. That's not the original hieroglyph for Osiris. The original hieroglyph for Osiris was Q2, which is a palanquin. Okay? And that palanquin definitely reads WS. WS. Okay? That's the older reading. That's the reading that seems to have stuck for Osiris. It's also with that older reading, the Q1 seems to be an orthographic updating of the original. Okay? So when you got an orthographic updating, the original pronunciation stays intact, as well as it just the new orthography just assumes the old reading. Okay? Now, there's another reason, too, why I stick to the traditional rendering for Osiris as well, which is because we find it in the Coptic. We see it in the Coptic. It's definitely, it has that, you see it like OU in the Coptic, which is just a way of transliterating the W chick. So I don't think there's any doubt in my mind, at least in my mind, that the reading of Osiris should be a WSIR instead of Aleph SIR. Okay? I know there's guys like James Allen that come with some bizarre readings. I find myself disagreeing more and more with James Allen the more I know of, more I read of him. So anyway, I hope that answers the question. Thank you for the question. It's a great question, and hope that helps. Next question here is from the Dooza Dude. What are your thoughts on the Lost Labyrinth excavation? Okay, now this is an excavation of a supposed labyrinth outside of the pyramid of Amenhotep III at Hawara. Okay? Now, I'm going to sort of wait and see on this one. I don't necessarily think they found it. Okay? Because there's been various thoughts on where the labyrinth is. Okay? Hawara isn't the only possible location for this. Some have speculated that it's one of the sun temples of Dynasty 5 that contains that labyrinth. So we're not really sure. Now, I think the Hawara pyramid is a good candidate for this, but looking at the scans they use to say, oh, wow, this is the site, let's dig here, I think are very sketchy.
Labyrinth, like 80s cult.
Andrew Graham, ooh, Labyrinth, like 80s cult film.
I don't think Dave, you know he's ever been to Egypt. Maybe.
Yeah, so I'm gonna wait and see on this one. I I mean, there's a good likelihood that there's a necropolis outside of the pyramid of Amenhotep the Third. But whether that's the labyrinth of, say, of legend, that remains to be seen. I'm not convinced at this point that they found anything here. So, um, so again, I'm just gonna wait and see on this one because what they showed so far isn't compelling, in my opinion. So, we'll find out, and they'll find out by digging. And if they find it, fantastic. I'd love to see a fully excavated labyrinth there. If they don't find it there, well, they might find a lot of nice goodies in the necropolis. That's always helpful. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. All right, next one here is from Darkblade. What is your favorite Far Eastern language? Note, any answer other than Chinese is unacceptable heresy. Well, then I'm guessing I got to be a heretic here, because my favorite Far Eastern language is Japanese.
Oh, that would definitely count. That's heretical for somebody who's voting.
Yeah, that's definitely heretical for someone who's voting Chinese here. I had a lot of difficulty with Chinese. I found out that I'm not really good at tonal languages. That's what I discovered trying to learn Chinese, is I'm not good at tonal languages. Konbanwa, Andrew-san. Okay. Okay, so Japanese is my preferred Far Asian language of choice. It fits with the hobbies I like. I read manga, I listen to anime, I used to collect Japanese swords. So yeah. Darkly goes, in that case, how do you fare with the Japanese pitch accent? I don't. Fact is, I don't really have to so much. The fact is that I can get away. It's more like, what can you get away with? Okay, as a foreigner speaking a language. Okay.
The Japanese are actually very tolerant.
Yeah, the Japanese are really tolerant of Hakujin butchering their language. Okay.
They still laugh at you, but they're
They might laugh at you, but they're not going to misunderstand you.
They're not going to take it as a deliberate insult. They just think, oh, foreigners.
I mean, the difference between sake and sake is so. I mean, if you pronounce it with, say, a Kyoto accent, you know, they're going to know that what you want, whether it's alcohol or salmon. Okay. You know, if you order sake, you know, you're gonna get alcohol most of the time. If you order sake, you're never gonna get alcohol. You're probably gonna get salmon sashimi. Okay.
Either one's a win.
Either one's a win. Either one's a win. Okay. I'll take either one. They serve me either one. I'm a happy camper already. So it doesn't matter that much with Japanese that you don't perfect the accent. Okay? Whereas if you don't perfect the accent on Mandarin, whoa.
You were saying some really...
You could be saying some really strange stuff and not even know it.
And they'll never tell you.
Yeah, they'll never let you know that you that you said something really rude.
You just insulted their mother and all their ancestors. Coca-Cola.
Mr. White, do you know Japanese? Skoshi desu. Skoshi desu. I know enough Japanese to read a comic book and to do some light conversation. I'm not fluent in it, not by any stretch of the imagination, but I know enough that I can get by. Koifois asks, favorite anime? Well, I'm a big Gundam fan. Love Gundam. Uh, big Gundam fan, especially the OAVs. I love the OAVs. CPM versus DOS says, yeah, I was about to say it's a win-win. Yeah. Sake? I'll take them both.
Sake with? Sake.
Yeah, sake with sake. This is also great. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now I'm getting hungry for sashimi.
Oh.
Yeah, sashimi is keto. Just not affordable, no. Raging Smurfling says, Free Ren's probably my current favorite I'm watching at the moment. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, Free Ren is really good. I like Free Ren too. CPM versus DOS. I guess I'm old to guess. I like the older Lupin series. I like some older series too. Never got into Lupin. But I did get into Orange Road. I got into Orange Road, Maison Ikoku, Bubblegum Crisis, a lot of the older animes. I mean, I started my anime watching in the 80s. So, stuff like Galaxy Express 999 was really, top notch for me. Macross. Yeah, those were great series. All of those were absolutely top tier stuff from the 1980s. CPM versus DOS says, is my thing's not updating. Fantastic. There we go. Wait a minute. Still not updating. Oh, there it is. CPM versus DOS says, I made the mistake of watching Evangelion first. Laugh out loud. Oh, yeah. A lot of people in the 90s started off watching Evangelion. I do not recommend Evangelion. I think first of all, I think Evangelion is highly overrated. It's highly overrated. And it had some really problematic content. Oh yeah, some really problematic content. Yeah, not yeah, a little bit of groom in there. A little bit of grooming. CPM versus DOS, just a bit. Yeah, a lot of problematic content. Well, someone already asked, what's wrong with Evangelion? You have a adult woman seducing a preteen. That's the problem. And she's pretty messed up herself. So, Mr. Yikes. Yeah, that one was a yikes. But for a lot of people, they cut their teeth on Evangelion. It was, we have to admit, though, it was probably the most well-known anime of the late 90s. Just not something I would recommend. I don't even think it's that good of a story, honestly, so... All right, moving on here. Next one here. Next question here is from Justin Verhino, something like that. He asks, did sensationism happen in the time of Paul, or just wasn't a thing? Well, okay, sensationalism, let's define that first. That is the ceasing of spiritual gifts. Spiritual gifts coming to an end. Now, I don't think that was something that came to an end at all. So I'm not a cessationist. I believed Justin the Rhino. Is it Justin the Rhino? Oh, it is Justin the Rhino. Sorry. Yeah, it's my dyslexia going nuts again. Um. So uh. So I don't think cessationism is really an issue. In Paul, Paul never addresses it. Um, I mean, he says where tongues ceases, love will, but he doesn't say that tongues actually cease. He's just saying um, that if they ever did, there would still be love. It's a hypothetical. It's a subjunctive. If. Okay, so I don't think that there's any good case for cessationism, but I don't think even if there was, it certainly didn't happen in the time of Paul. You're still getting reports of spiritual gifts well into the patristic period. So I don't think that that's one of those things that I think is really a thing.
I did something else.
What did you do to Dossman?
I don't know. Because all his messages are deleted.
I'm not getting that, but um. Oh, I see what you did. CPN versus DOS. Yeah, you deleted his messages. Yeah. Okay, you probably hit him. Okay, I'm gonna unhide him.
Yeah.
Hope I can do that.
Unhide user on this channel?
Yeah.
Did it do it?
I don't know. All right. If I might have to do some triage here.
It says it was
He was unhidden. CPM versus DOS. Please put a message in the channel here, just so we know that you have. Okay, he's back from the dead.
my bad.
Okay. All right. CPM versus DOS is back from the dead. Reboot him. Live again. Okay. This is why we also don't have 1,000 mods either. All right, moving on. Golden Win asked the question: is a PhD in Old Testament or New Testament better when one is interested in both? Here's what you're going to have to decide which one you're interested in. You can't do both, but I will give you some hints. Okay? What do you like doing more? Do you like reading about the New Testament, or do you like engaging the Old Testament on the data level? Okay? Because that's really what you're going to be engaging here. Old Testament tends to be more of a primary source discipline because there's a lot of stuff out there, a lot more data than theory. Whereas in New Testament studies, it tends to be a secondary literature discipline. So you're really doing a lot more of engaging with other writers and other historical theologians over the years. Okay? And some people love that. Some people like that. I can't stand that. Because I think a lot of my contemporaries are idiots. Okay? And the last thing I want to do is keep referencing my idiot colleagues. Okay? Now, not all of them are idiots. But enough of them are idiots that I really don't want to keep quoting them. Okay? So, that's why I went more the Old Testament line, is because I could reference primary source data instead of all the commentaries surrounding it. Raging Smurf here says New Testament seems to be a bunch of text-heavy stuff, while the Old Testament leans into hard, tangible, physical parts of the discipline. I would only say this: in New Testament, a lot can hinge on the turn of a Greek preposition. The fact is, you've got a smaller corpus. New Testament is a smaller corpus. It's a shorter historical period, and because it's a shorter historical period with a smaller corpus, it has to fill in the gaps of scholarship somewhere. So those gaps tend to be more like, say, the theology of John and Karl Barth. Okay, that kind of stuff. So it's going to be less about, usually about the Bible itself, and more about what somebody said about the Bible. So, anyway, Golden Wind, I hope that helped. I hope that clarified some of it for you. Again, I tend to be a data person. I'm an evidentialist, so for me, it was much more I had much more attraction to the Old Testament than the New Testament. Dark Blade. Would you rather cite some commentary that bows down and worships Strong's Concordance, or cite the Kaddish inscription? Well, that, for me, that's a no-brainer, but I'll leave him to decide that. Okay. Next one here. Golden Wind. Do any Christian tradition denominations lean more towards systematic theology than biblical theology? Yes. Liberal theology. Liberal theology loves systematic theology a lot more than it likes biblical theology. You'll find a lot of liberal denominations will cite the documentary hypothesis, which is a kind of systematic theology. It will cite redaction criticisms. So you do find a lot more systematic theology used in, say, liberal denominations than you will say in conservative denominations, where in conservative denominations, there's more focus on you getting the point of the entire narrative than, say, drilling down on, say, the feminist theology of Paul. Okay? I'm just saying. You're just more likely to find that in conservative circles than in liberal circles. Okay? So yeah, you're going to find a lot more systematic theology in liberal denominations, because systematic theology tends to a lot of systematic theology tends to gravitate to more liberal bents of view. So hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Daniel Hogan asks, I really enjoyed 1177 BC and the Three Stones Make a Wall by Eric Klein. What is your professional opinion of Klein as a scholar and a writer? Klein's a good scholar. He's a very, very good scholar. I know him personally. I had a conversation with Klein at the last Azor. I asked him how he was doing. He's had a lot of personal tragedy recently. He's lost both his son and his wife in a very short period of time. So, dude does need prayers. Dude definitely needs prayers. He's very mild-mannered. He's a very mild-mannered guy. He's not the sort of guy that sort of sticks out as a scholar. You know, scholars are normally very tall. He's not. He's short. He's shorter than I am. You know, he's having this sort of, how do I say this? His career right now is at its peak, and his personal life is in the gutter. Just because of all the personal tragedy he's had. So, I do really, really feel for the guy. I will. Yeah, good scholar. Pray for him. Okay. Now we do need to understand that 1177 BC was decided by the publisher. The original title was 1184. That's the real date that he puts onto the Late Bronze Age collapse. But his publisher thought that 1177 was a sexier title. So just keep that in mind. People read the book or think they are thinking of reading a book and think they understand it by the title, but titles can deceive. So Animal says he has a new book about the post-collapse. Yeah, he does. I haven't read it myself, though. Okay. So, yeah, that's what I know about Klein. I see him every year at Azor when I go to Azor. I won't be doing Azor this year because ETS and Azor are in two different cities, and this year Azor is in Chicago, ETS is in Denver. I'd rather go to Chicago, but ETS is the more important conference for me. So Darkblade goes, I remember hearing Bart Ehrman also say that the publishers decide his titles. Yeah, they do. They really do. I mean, my Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context was decided by the publisher. It wasn't decided by me. So.
And they're supposed to be the market.
And Ryan Cohenkamp says, we need tea spilled, please. Well, this one's going to be a humdinger. This ETS is going to be very special. Very, very special. Mom says, Doc, I feel we must do a Denver meetup. Well, if you're there in town, absolutely. I'm more than happy to meet up with people from the channel on my when I go to ETS. I often meet with people at ETS. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we've met many people from the channel at ETS, so it's a cool thing. CPM, the tea will overflow. Well, this year I'm expecting it to, because the NES has brought in Titus Kennedy this year. So, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there, and it's going to be special. Special. Ah, good times. Good. It's going to be good times. CVM versus Das T Tsunami. Rich Adam. I'm trying to go to ETS as well. Fantastic. The haystack. Ooh, Titus, that will be special. Oh yeah, the guy can't stay out of trouble. This is going to be fantastic. Fantastic. All right, let's move on here. Hey, sexist, even I'd try that tea. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, let's move on here. Nino KR says, in your model of the Ark of the Covenant, I noticed that you have pomegranates engraved on the side. Is that for decoration, or are there actual pomegranates ornament decorations on the Ark, and why? Okay, we have to stress that we don't know what was decorated on the side of the Ark of the Covenant. The biblical texts don't tell us. No extra biblical texts tell us. Nothing tells us what was on the side of the Ark of the Covenant. However, every piece of ritual professional furniture that we have found to date has had some sort of decoration or writing on the side. Almost right down to the piece. Okay? So, it would be rather amazing if it was just blank sides or empty panels. Cohen Camp. You don't believe Ron Wyatt? No, I don't. Amazing. His believers keep telling me I'm going to hell, though. That I'm getting my cup. I mean, I've had so many Ron Wyatt prophets tell me that an angel has told them that I'm going to hell and I'm going to receive judgment really, really soon for talking smack about Ron Wyatt. Yeah, I'm not believing that one. For many false prophets will come. Okay, so now, because we don't know what was on the sides of the ark, only that there were decorations on the sides, we have to then sort of guess. Okay? Now, there's several possibilities of what could have been on the side of the Ark of the Covenant. It could have been just writing. Like, it could have been just the writing of the Ten Commandments written over and over and over again on the sides. That's possible. It's also possible that it was pomegranates, because pomegranates was a key ornamental theme of the temple. Like, for example, the bells on the hem of the high priest were pomegranates, shaped in pomegranates. So we do know that they did use the pomegranate motif. It could have been a cherubim on the side. That would have been possible too. Like, you could add cherubim at the four corners of the ark. Also possible. We just don't know. So, because we don't know, and because there had to be some sort of decoration on the side, I chose the least not the most likely, but probably the most conservative form of decoration I could have used when doing the model, which was pomegranates. Okay? So that was my choice there. I don't know if there was pomegranates on the side or not. I mean, it could have really easily been cherubim. You know, one cherubim on each corner of the box. Very possible. Okay? That's probably the most likely. But again, how do we know for sure without a description? We don't. So I'd rather be conservative there than be presumptuous about what the decoration was like. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it.
Darkblade asked, was the Egypt hieroglyphs attic?
Darkblade asks, if there was writing, do you think it was most likely Egyptian hieroglyphs, hieratic, Proto-Sinaitic, or some other script? I think it would be something closer to Proto-Sinaitic, but I would think it would be Amoritic. So an Amoritic form of early alphabetic inscription. That's what I would think it is. Now, there are still some unidentified scripts in Egypt. And every so often I hear an Egyptologist talk about these weird alphabetic scripts that they come across that are not Proto-Sinaitic. And every time I ask to get a photograph, for them to email me a photograph, they drop the ball. Every time. I have not been able to get my hands on any of these photographs. But I know these. I mean, I was a couple years ago. I was at a lecture in Vancouver, and she she says, "Oh yeah, we got this site here," and she flips this thing up on the wall. And I'm going, okay, I got a good idea what this is. And she goes, "We have no idea what this is." I said, "Send me the photo." Does she send me the photo? No. It gets real frustrating sometimes dealing with your colleagues, because it's just, you know, you can help them out and then they won't do it.
They don't.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no photo for you. But I've seen it now enough in enough lectures that I believe there is a alphabetic Amoritic in Egypt. But I don't have any hard evidence because they keep not sending me it. So Francis Dobbs says, too radioactive a topic for Egyptologists. I think they just don't care.
I think
I think they just don't care. Because they haven't worked on these. I mean, it's just like, how do I say this? I mean, I get this response sometimes when people find out I also do I do Egyptian crossover with Israelite history, and they go, the attitude seems to be, well, why are you interested in the Bible? It's such a boring language. So I think it's more just they just don't care. It's not hieroglyphic. It's not interesting. And a lot of research in Egyptology is motivated by personal interest more than what's the big academic score. So Mama says you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them follow through. No, you can't. No. Well, I mean, I had developed a technique to be able to see, to recover really badly faded images, and I asked Richard Jasnow, who had a bunch of these papyruses he couldn't read because it just they were too faded, and I said, "Oh, I got a technique that I can use that will do this. Send me the photos. I will do this for you, and I'll give them back to you." Did he follow through? No.
next time say 72 hours.
I even reminded him at the following year. Still no. Still didn't do it. Some people can't help. All right, let's move on to the next question here. The Camilla part for $5. He has Zombine. Is that Zombine or Zombine? It doesn't actually make it any clearer. What do you think of the argument that Jesus could not be Christ because he doesn't biologically descend from Joseph's Davidic line? Well, the problem here is that the Davidic line kind of ends with Joseph. Okay, as far as his branch of the line. Now, there's more than one branch of the Davidic line. Mary had a branch of the Davidic line too. So I don't. There's a couple of issues we have to keep in mind here when we talk about, say, the Davidic lines here. No, they're both Mary and Joseph are descendants of Shealtiel. Okay, and both of them are Davidic lines. So Mary's a part of the biological descendants of the Davidic line, and so is Joseph. Now here's the difference. Joseph's legal claims would then pass to his first son. Now, if that's a first son by adoption, that gives him the legal rights. So, the fact is that Jesus has biological descent from the Davidic line, but he also has legal claim too, as well as being the Son of God. So, I don't think that argument holds a lot of water. I know there are, say, Jewish apologists that try to claim that Mary is not descended from the Davidic line, that she's descended from the Levitical line, but that also does not wash. Andrew Graham, did Joseph adopt Jesus? Absolutely. Yeah. He accepted him as his son. Once you accept him as your son, that's it as far as the legal claims go. The legal claims are over at that point, and that goes all the way back to the Code of Hammurabi. Okay? So the Code of Hammurabi said that if a son of a slave is adopted, he gets the share of the inheritance. Okay? Once that election as a son is made, it can't be undone. So, as soon as Joseph said, I take Mary and raise this kid as my own, it's his. At least under a Jewish legal framework. So yeah. It's done at that point. So, Camilla Part, I hope that answers your question, and Zombine or Zombine's question. I would have thought it was Zombine, but who knows? All right, next super chat here from Camilla Part for $2. He says, sponsoring question from Zombine below. I don't see it.
$45. And it's Apple.
Oh, okay. I see it. Okay. Yeah. All right. So this is a sponsored question. Do you think Jesus carried the whole cross or just the patibulum? Okay, the patibulum is the crossbar. It's a crossbar. I think what this is that Jesus carried just the crossbar. Okay? We have to understand that the entire cross weighed about 600 pounds. Highly unlikely Christ could have carried it, even under full health. Okay.
So did they reuse?
Yes, they reused the upright pole. In fact, Roman execution sites were done at the same place all the time. Yeah, they just left the center pole up there. That would have been reused many times over for executions. In fact, Christ was probably not the first person executed there.
Oh, no.
He would have been one of a string of Roman executions.
That was the point. It was a common site.
Yeah.
In full view.
Yeah.
And if you visit what they say is...
Yeah, it's...
The road goes right past it.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd see the bodies hanging up there.
Yeah.
That was the point.
Yeah. It was often done, those sites were often done at crossroads. They were done at in clusters. So there would be clusters of these upright poles when they weren't executing somebody. Just as a deterrent.
Reminding people you don't want to end up.
Yeah. It was a visual reminder that the justice of Rome is swift and unforgiving. Yeah, so the whole cross together would have been about 600 pounds. It's not likely that Christ, as much as it looks fantastic on movies, the reality is that Christ only carried the crossbar. And the crossbar wasn't light either. That crossbar weighed 150, 200 pounds. So, yeah, so that was not a lightweight piece of wood either. We just answered that, Ryan. So, cool. Yeah, that's a heavy load. And then what they would do is they would hammer him onto the crossbar, hoist him up, and then they would finish off the execution by hammering his feet to the vertical bar. Okay? And that's typically how those were done. How those executions were done. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Raging Smurf says, as someone who had to carry 80-pound shingles up a ladder, the thought of double the weight sounds hellish, let alone after a severe beating. Oh, yeah. It was meant to be hellish. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that was the thing. They tortured people before they gave them...
Oh, yeah. After, they beat him senseless, and then they still expected him to carry his own cross up. Okay, the next question here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Good afternoon. Well, it's like evening at this point. Is competency of greater importance than intelligence when interpreting scripture? Absolutely. Absolutely, it's of greater importance. It's of greater importance because if you don't handle the scriptures with competence, you can use intelligence to come up with all sorts of fabulous heresy. Arius of Alexander was an incredibly intelligent man who was incredibly remiss with the scriptures. So, intelligence can help you solve a problem in a fast way that's absolutely wrong. It will not replace competence. So I would say that definitely competence is much more important in handling the scriptures than, say, intelligence is.
A lot of it is.
Harry Stark goes, why do heretics want to be heretics? Some heretics don't know they're heretics. Some heretics think they've absolutely found the truth and are pursuing it.
And that they're smart.
And that they found the secret. They found the secret that no one else has discovered, and then they're running with it. Okay? You do get those type of heretics. You do get the other type of heretic, though, that do it for issues of pride, money, or sex. You get those type too. And unfortunately, there has been a long, long history of that within Western religion. So yeah, it really... I mean, not every heretic is in it for the money, sex, and power. But a lot of them are.
A lot of it is ego of
Now, some of it is ego. Some of them are very prideful. But it's not the only cause. Again, you do get some, I would say, good faith heretics who think they've... like Apollinarius. Apollinarius wasn't an arrogant man. But he did think he found the answer to Arianism. He was combating one heresy by making another. So, Apollinarius thought that there wasn't that Christ wasn't created, a created being like Arius. So what he thought was that there was the body of Christ, and then there's a mind of God within Christ, and that these are two separate divisions of Christ. So Apollinarianism turned out to be a heresy, even though he was doing it for a good reason. So, but then again, you do get other, say, heretics that are doing it for their own reasons. Like the ability to marry lots of women. Seen that a lot. You don't have to go very far to find that.
Do you think Satan actually slept?
Let's see, where is that? 858. Ryan Cohenkamp goes, do you think that Saint Nick actually slapped Arius? No, I don't. Okay. It makes a great story, though.
It's one of those ones you want it to be.
You want this one to be true. We have no evidence that's true. I don't think it happened. But I would love it if it did. I would love it if it actually had happened.
Sing a Bright Song had a what defines competence?
Sing a Bright Song asks the follow-up question: what defines competence in this context? Okay, competence in this context is treating the Word of God with rigor and respect. Okay, that's what it means. Is that you're learned enough to handle the Word of God responsibly. Because, frankly, there's a lot of people out there that are not handling the Word of God responsibly. Or they're running with their own pet theologies as they do it. So that's what competence means, is you understand the text well enough to teach it in a way that will not lead people into error. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the follow-up question. Really appreciate it. Right Song says, that makes sense, thank you. Preaching the whole counsel of God, for example, that's one example. Another example is avoiding proof texting. Proof texting is a large example of incompetent Bible teaching, where you basically take snippets of the Bible out of their context to try to prove what you want to say. Well, that's not preaching the Word of God within the context of what God wants to say. That's taking the Word of God to try to show what you want to say. So that would be another example of say, incompetent teaching, is using proof texting. All right, next question here. It's from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the question. Foodie question. I always love foodie questions. Have you ever had a tinned fish food craze? A tinned fish food craze. I do eat tinned fish. I like tinned fish. I've gotten a lot more picky about tinned fish. Especially sardines. Very, very picky about sardines. Especially once I started learning that not all sardines are sardines. Like the New Brunswick brand, or whatever it's called. Brunswick brand. When I found out those aren't sardines, it's like I lost all interest in them. Because there was something kind of off about them to begin with, and then you find out they're herring, and it's like, well, those aren't sardines, those are herring. But the problem is that the definition of sardine is so broad as far as food standards go, that you could put in practically any fish into that can and call it a sardine. So, confish, yeah. It's not that far from the truth. So, I mean, I just red herring. I do like tuna. I like canned tuna, especially canned tuna with oil. Great on pasta. If you've got, say, pasta and you just want a quick snack, a can of tuna in oil, put that on your pasta with a little bit of cracked black pepper. It's delicious. It's absolutely delicious. I like canned salmon. Canned salmon is really delicious. Love it. So absolutely, I do eat tinned fish. I don't think I do it as part of the craze, but hey, I did see something today though that kind of like got me. Was it grape algae in a can or in a package? I guess it was in package. You remember that callirpa we used to have that was like the long strands, like the little bubbles on the edge that looked like little strings of grapes? Clean the tank? Yeah, they sell that stuff now as boutique food. It does count as keto.
But anything on the balcony, but boy, howdy, could we grow that?
Yeah, but I couldn't believe there were people that were eating that. As I said, we were using that as to clean our saltwater fish tank. This is you put that callirpa in a sump, and it did a pretty good job of cleaning your fish tank. But it was just like, no way, no way, people are eating that.
Eat it.
This is the stuff that sucked out all the toxins from my tank, and people are eating it. Yeah. I don't think so. I think I draw the limit there. Oh boy. So, yeah, not every tin food will be on my plate, that's for sure. Mama goes, boxed mac and cheese with tuna. Never had that. Never tried that. I've had...
It's too expensive.
It's because tuna's too expensive, maybe. Well, the mac and cheese isn't cheap anymore either. I mean, boxed mac and cheese in Vancouver right now is like $3 a box.
Annie, Vancouver has good. That is one thing. But not all sushi. I think they're good are.
Animal Neil says Vancouver has good sushi. Yeah, I would agree. It does have good sushi, but there's a lot of sushi in Vancouver too. So it's although some of them are have been closing down recently. Do you know that new place that was on, say, Main Street here? They closed that one down. They found asbestos in it. They also closed down the massage parlor right beside it. So what happened was the local sushi place here had a fire in the kitchen. They had a fire in the kitchen, so they closed the business, and then when they started renovating, they discovered asbestos in the ceiling. They found out that extended for 2 over. So,
Sorry for this. Please.
yeah, the other place was kind of iffy, but it's like, Tony G, what the heck is going on in Vancouver? Oh, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff happens here all the time. It's like, all right, fire in the kitchen of a sushi place? Yeah. Well, sushi places have hibachi. They have grills. Okay. They also have deep fryers. Okay. Because you can, in a lot of sushis, you get deep fried chicken karaage or octopus karaage. Those are deep fried. You can sometimes get grilled mackerel. So yeah, if you got and mackerel, you grill that, it gets really sooty and greasy. So yeah, that was deep fried sushi. You do get some of those too. Yeah. Or tempura. Traditional sushi places will also do tempura, and that's deep fried. So yeah, there's actually a huge potential for fire in a sushi place. Deep fried asbestos. Well, it was used as a fire retardant, so I'm not sure it worked all that well. I mean, people have, it's like Andrew Graham says asbestos and fire don't mix. That was the whole point of asbestos, though, was to be fire retardant. Just so it's like you kind of have to wonder, how well did this work? I mean, I guess it prevented the building from burning down, but so yeah, you do get some interesting stuff here in Vancouver from time to time. Okay. Next one here. Striding Hermit for $5 asks, does extended time within the academia have the tendency to strip away moral compass out of people more often than not? That's a vague question. I will say this. I don't think it necessarily strips out their moral compass, but what it does do is enculturates them to focus on their position and comfort first. Okay? You're not going to get any academic out there that will take a courageous moral stand. Just won't get it. Okay? It does breed a kind of self-interest. I'm including in that, say, people who work at seminaries. A lot of people who work at seminaries are not courageous. That's been sort of bred out of them. You won't get a tenure track position at a seminary if you're courageous. Okay? If you take moral stands, you just won't get that. You'll be seen as a troublemaker. And that troublemaker status will sort of exclude you from, say, the highest echelons of the academy. So, a lot of people do a lot better morally once they leave the academy. So yeah, not a great thing there. But I would say also though that a lot of them are just ducking and covering. Well, I mean, I remember like about a year ago, Gavin Ortland, God bless that man anyway, okay? He tries. He really tries. Gavin put out a call to academics basically saying he can't do this all by himself, and tried to get other academics to come onto YouTube to start fighting the good fight. And all he got was crickets. And I told him, it's like, yeah, you're not good. Academics are not going to risk I told him, academics are very risk adverse. They're very risk adverse. And YouTube is a very risky platform for an academic to be on. You're going to be slandered. You are absolutely going to be slandered on YouTube. It's one of those, unless you're some sort of untouchable person, and I'll leave that to your imagination what that means, you will be slandered on YouTube. So yeah, I mean, I told Gavin, yeah, you're going to get crickets. And that's what he got. It's just, yeah, it's just one of those things that, because academics are risk adverse and have a cushy gig, they're not going to risk that. They're not going to risk their funding. They're not going to risk their position. They're not going to risk their status. They're not going to risk anything. So whether or not it strips away a moral compass, it certainly dulls it. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, Sean Dowie asks the question: is there anything more known about the prayer of Jezebel besides what's mentioned in 1 Chronicles 4, 9-10? Let's pull this up, and then we'll talk about it. I just want to look at something first here. Okay. So, First Chronicles, chapter 4, verses 9-10. And this is what it says. And Jabez was more honorable than his brothers, and his mother named him Jabez, saying, because I bore him with pain. So how much do we know about the prayer of Jabez right now? 0. Now Jabez called on the God of Israel, saying, oh, that thou wouldst bless me indeed, and enlarge my border, that thy right hand might be with me, and thou wouldst keep me from harm, and that it not pain me. And the Lord granted him what he requested. Okay. What do we know about the prayer of Jabez, besides this? Absolutely nothing. Zippo. That did not prevent Bruce Wilkinson from writing a whole book and series of books on the prayer of Jabez. Just this one verse. And what did he get out of this? That you need to pray for God to bless you. That he will expand your realm of influence. That whatever you do, God will be with you. And that God will keep you from harm in the process. The 4 points of the prayer of Bruce Wilkinson's prayer of Jabez. Taken and eisegeted beyond all recognition. Oh boy. Oh boy. So what do we know beyond this? Nothing. And what people have written about it is nothing but fantasy. And basically it's turned into a sort of a Gambit and Grabbit prayer. And I think that is a distortion of what's happening here. Okay? The whole idea of Jabez was he was a guy that was afflicted. Okay? That's why he was named that. You know, Jabez was more honorable than his brothers. Okay, so there's sort of a pretext there. He was more honorable. He was more God-fearing. That's the real Jabez. Okay? The real Jabez is honorable, God-fearing, more so than his brothers. And he was born out of pain and suffering. And then God decides, you know, when Jabez asks God to bless him, God obliges. Not because of Jabez really deserved it, but because he was showing grace, unmerited favor. Okay? Dark Blade Glows. Gambit and Grabbit gives me Word of Faith heresy vibes. Yeah, the Prayer of Jabez as a book by Bruce Wilkinson very much has Word of Faith heresy vibes. Very much so. In fact, it was a very, very popular thing. If you went to, say, one of these Word of Faith churches and go to the bookstore, yeah, you'd find Wilkinson right there. You would find Wilkinson's Prayer of Jabez right beside, what was his name? The Prayer Bowl guy. Dutch Sheets. Yeah, you'd find him right beside Dutch Sheets.
Souls up in heaven, you have to pray, fill them, finally over.
Yeah, basically Dutch Sheets basically taught that, for those of you who don't know, that you have to, if you want anything, you have to keep praying for it until the prayer bowls in heaven get full and overflow. And once those bowls overflow with all your prayers, God has to grant your prayer. Ryan Cohen Camp, Dutch Sheets. Oh yeah, that's his name.
Saying weird stuff too, like take a physical object.
Yeah.
Like telling mothers praying for wayward children, grab their pillow sheet, hold on to that pillow beside them. They tell them then if you're happy, it's your fault.
Yeah.
That's the worst part.
Oh yeah, that is the worst part of it, where people got told that you know, if they didn't have enough faith, that they were responsible for their prayers not coming true. So
you didn't pray enough.
Yeah.
You didn't believe. It's your fault.
Yeah, it's your fault that your prayers weren't answered.
It has nothing to do with the fact that the entire Silicon Valley just allowed.
Yeah. Yeah, nothing. No, the circumstances around you have nothing to do with your prayers not being answered, or God just not, or God just saying no, or not yet.
The whole thing in the Gambit and Grabbit movement
Mm-hmm.
is God never just says no. There's no room for God to no.
Yeah. Rich Adams goes, "Why was this verse in Chronicles?" Not sure exactly. Chronicles is kind of a weird book anyway because it sort of takes everything from the Book of Kings and sort of adds little stuff here and there to it. Kind of view Chronicles as Kings 2.0. Okay? Someone took Kings and thought, "Oh, I can improve on it by adding all this extra stuff in there." So that's kind of what Chronicles is. So a lot of the stuff in Chronicles seems a little out of place sometimes, and that's okay. But Second Kings, Second Furious. Andrew Graham, you ask, please. God says no. Yeah, God says no because God's is sovereign. God is sovereign. He can say no.
And sometimes you find out 20 years later, God just saved you.
Oh, I think every teenager at some point has prayed to God, "God, give me her. Please, give me her. I'll do anything if you just give me her." Every teenage boy has prayed that prayer. And then you find out 30 years later that there's a good reason God didn't give you her.
I was thinking, oh,
Yeah. And dodge that bullet. Yep. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Okay. Move on to the next question here. Is from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for the super chat. Did ancient Jews think that virtuous pagans like Cyrus the Great would go to Abraham's bosom in the next life? We are not sure. Okay? They don't. The Old Testament is very unclear about who got into Abraham's bosom or not. It's presumed that virtuous pagans might have gone, but we're also not sure. Okay? Because again, this is something where the Bible is very, very silent about. We do know that a lot of kings did not make it into Abraham's bosom. But again, it's one of those things where whether Cyrus did or not, it's unknown. So the Bible does call Cyrus a Messiah. A Messiah, not the Messiah. But again, it's one of those things where we're just not clear about this. So, unfortunately, yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see what comes of this when we go to the next life ourselves. Okay.
a lot of people up there we didn't expect. A lot of people surprised we're up there. A lot of people missing.
Well, I do expect that in the afterlife we will see a lot of Old Testament righteous Gentiles. A lot of them. Cyrus is probably going to be one of them. Uriah the Hittite is going to be another one. He's a righteous Gentile. I expect to see Hagar up there. I expect to see Hagar up there. There were a lot of righteous Gentiles. I do not see God consigning to Hades the righteous Gentiles. So Andrew Graham up there with David and Bathsheba. Yeah, and I think that's going to be a little awkward. Mm-hmm. Ryan Cohenkamp goes, wouldn't everyone before Abraham be considered Gentiles anyway? No. I mean, everyone before... Yeah, yes and no. Really, everyone before Jacob would be considered... Even Abraham would be considered a Gentile in the purest sense, although they ascribe Abraham to be the father of Israel. So... Darkblade goes, maybe also the Phoenician woman that Elijah went to. Absolutely, yeah. She'd be a righteous Gentile as well. So yeah, there's definitely those who I think would be righteous Gentiles that would be admitted to Abraham's bosom. Because ultimately the principle we go on is God is just, and ultimately salvation depends upon what you do with Jesus Christ. And if a righteous Gentile is willing to submit to God the Father, he's also willing to submit to God the Son. So I think that's a pretty good train of reason. Might not be foolproof, but I think it's enough that God would consider that in his deliberations. Andrew Graham says salvation belongs to our God. Absolutely. Yeah, it belongs to... It's not of anything we do. Not of anything we do. It belongs with God. Let's move on here. Andrew Guler here for $20. Thank you for that generous super chat. What was the purpose of the Book of Enoch? Ancient fan fiction, heretical texts?
Ancient fan.
I'm almost leaning towards the ancient fan fiction, to be honest. It's a combination of oral tradition and synthesized with events in scripture. Okay? It's terrible history. It's terrible history, by the way. The Book of Enoch is not good history. It's a pseudepigraphous book, which means it was ascribed to Enoch, even though Enoch could not have possibly written it. It was meant to describe the world before the flood. Again, how does that work? With the flood. I think the closest we have in modern category is a not necessarily a heretical text, perhaps a pedagogical text that uses allegory and say took liberties with the history to do it. So yeah, it took a lot of artistic license. So ancient fan fiction's probably the closest we're going to get to a genre here. It's not a heretical text because even though it has heresy in it, It's just it's not, that wasn't the intent of it to be a heretical text. Oh yeah, it definitely has heresy in it like that. Darkblade says, Book of it identifies Enoch himself as the Messiah. Yeah, it does. But it's more like extreme extrapolation. It's like if you took the biblical texts and eisegeted them to the extreme, adding all this oral tradition and myth to it. So it's basically a compilation book. It's a compilation book where they've tried to take all this myth and the pieces of scripture that they used and then just sort of mashed it together. It's a fusion. It's a fusion. It's kind of like like Thai, Japanese, Vietnamese fusion, where you take all those
On
different
top of spaghetti.
on top of spaghetti. Okay. So that's what the Book of Enoch is. Okay, it's literary fusion. Mr. White goes, why does Jude quote Enoch? Is he just saying that the writers got that part right? Yeah, pretty much. It's like this: a broken clock is right twice a day. Okay. Uh, the biblical writers quote all sorts of sources, and they don't. Basically, when any canonical writer quotes a source, they're not endorsing the whole source. And you find this all over the place. Like Paul will quote Menander. Is he basically saying that all Menander is scripture? No, he isn't. No, there's a lot of Greek philosophers that were quoted in the New Testament. So that's it's one of the things that we just have to understand about, say, quotations. You don't have to agree with everything that a writer writes to quote them. No one expects that of modern literature. Nobody expects that of ancient literature. At least you shouldn't. If you do, you've got some other issues that you do need to address. But Dark Blade goes, he once refers to the all Cretans are liars guy as a prophet. Yeah, well, he does, but it's not. He doesn't say it as a prophet, but there's a writing. Okay, graphe is what he's talking about. He's not saying it's a prophet, but it is writing. The problem is graphe can refer to both scripture and to just general writings in general, writings in general. So I think that we have to be careful again not to overread texts either. So I guess we have to. I mean, here's the thing: we gotta be sure that when we approach these texts, that we do this in a responsible way. Okay, this is the handling of text faithfully. Like one of the things that really bugs me about Jude is how people misread it. Let me pull this up here. Pull Jude. And I just saw this recently on Taco Tuesday's video, where he completely butchers this reading of Jude. And he's talking about the Nephilim, okay? So, here's the text he's quoting. Okay? Jude, and this is, we have to remember that what I'm about to read here isn't like 4 sentences. It's one long sentence with 3 verses 6 through 8 in parallel. That's super important here. And the text says, "Now I desire to remind you that though you know all things once for all, that the Lord, after saving people out of the land of Egypt, subsequently destroyed those who did not believe." Okay. So who is this talking about? It's talking about the people who he saved from the land of Egypt and subsequently destroyed those who did not believe. That's the subject here. Those who did not believe. And then it goes into basically 3 sort of parallel statements here. "And angels who did not keep their own abode, but abandoned their proper abode, he kept in eternal darkness bonds until darkness for the judgment of the great day." Okay, that's one parallel. "Just as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities around them, since they are in the same way as these." And who are these? It's not talking about the angels. That's not the subject. It's those who are destroyed. That's the subject. indulged in gross morality and went after strange flesh and exhibited as an example in undergoing the punishment of eternal fire. Yet, in the same manner as these men, also by dreaming, defile the flesh, reject authority, and revile angelic manifestations. Okay. Who are these men? Again, goes back to the subject. 3 parallel statements that refer back to the statements of God, the men who God destroyed. It's not saying here that the angels engaged in immoral conduct of the flesh. It says that they didn't respect their own domain. They abandoned their proper domain, and they defied God. So, I see this all the time where people don't understand the scriptures or how they're structured, and they end up at these wrong conclusions, either because they overread the text or they misread the text, and they do it in these fabulous public ways. So, and I see it a lot of times when it comes to the Book of Jude, because people don't understand how the Book of Jude is structured in the Greek. They just read it from the English thinking they understand it, and Jude is a treacherous book to read in the English if you don't understand the structure of it. Okay, let's move on here then. Next one here. From Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you for the super chat. Is there any evidence to suggest that the Essenes converted to Christianity? I find it interesting that they are left out of the entire New Testament. There's no evidence to suggest they converted to Christianity. We also don't know a lot about them. We know a lot about their scribal habits. Okay, we know a lot about the scribal habits. They're referred to once or twice in Josephus. Okay. They do seem to have done these ritual meals at their little settlement. But we don't know what happened to them. We don't know what happened to them. They probably got moved out by the Romans as the Romans sort of started moving down to along the towards conquering Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolt. I think, my opinion on the whole sort of Essene community is I think they were, in many respects, an industrial shop. That they were making copies of text. They were essentially a copyist shop. Yes, they were a community, a sort of an early pre-monastic, Jewish monastic community. But I think they were also they earned their money basically through copying texts. And I think a lot of the texts that ended up in the Qumran caves were imperfect copies that were not good enough for sale, essentially. And I think what happened was that they didn't do that. They didn't keep those copies around for apocalyptic reasons, because very few people did that. That would be very strange. It seems to me more that they did that because they had made these copies that were imperfect and stored them in the same way that you had the Geniza in Cairo. This wall where imperfect texts were shoved in because you couldn't destroy them, you couldn't burn them, you couldn't bury them, so you just stored them instead.
Why couldn't you destroy?
Because they would still consider to be contain God's word.
Kind of like leftover.
Yeah, kind of like leftover communion bread. You can't just throw it in the trash. It's got to be consumed or eaten, which leads to a lot of really drunk Greek Orthodox priests.
Yeah. I'll just go straight.
Warrior of the Most High, how will you say approximately vocalize I am the Senate in late Egyptian? You intef, and then you would have to do something else. It's probably because that is a would be using the independent pronoun. So it would be using the independent pronoun entef. So you'd start off with the vocal marker you, and then entef the independent. That's Senate. There's no Senate, so I don't know what you do. That maybe Ogdowood. I don't know. There's no word for Senate in late Egyptian. So Darkblade goes. So in your opinion, are the Dead Sea Scrolls partially defective? I think so. That would be my opinion. I don't think I don't think we have found a single perfect scroll among them. So, but that's also hard to say too because they're very much fragmentary. They're the Dead Sea Scraps. Let's be very honest. The Dead Sea.
That was weird.
Yeah, seeing them in person, I've seen the Dead Sea Scraps in person, and they are scraps.
Yeah, it's like somebody was. If you get really angry and you letter and you tear it in half, tear it in half, tear that half in half.
We conducted a tour for a bunch of friends with the when the Dead Sea Scroll exhibit came to Milwaukee, and you know they my friends basically said if we hadn't been there, it would have been a very boring exhibit because it's just glass panel after glass panel after glass panel of scraps that most people can't read.
It was interesting to go there. To have said we've now seen,
Mm-hmm.
but it wasn't some.
Yeah. Andrew Graham, poorly stored, maybe. Well, maybe. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where, it's a miraculous that we got as much as we did. So, I mean, I'm not going to say poorly stored, but it's just one of those things where, sometimes those urns broke, and when they broke, water would get in and insects and all that stuff. So. Mr. White goes, incoming 13-hour response from Kip Davis on this point. Although I'm sure he does. He would. He's disagreed with this before, so I don't think he will probably respond again. I mean, what would be the point of him responding again other than just to be an idiot? But let's move on here. A Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is it that sin has an addictive element, or is it that mankind is just prone to being addictive? Yes. Both. And I don't think it's one or the other here. It could be both here. Sin does give you an endorphin boost when you do it. That does lead to a positive feedback loop for addiction. So sin often feels good in the short term. The long term that's really sort of bites you on sin. Yeah, it's a bad idea. Yeah, if sin wasn't fun to begin with, no one would sin, as my producer just said. So because it does appeal to short-term pleasures, that is something that sort of dovetails in with addictive behavior too. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. All right, next one here. From Open Your Eyes for $10. What is it about ancient cultures that allowed them to be more perspective to spiritual realities? As a Christian, I believe in supernatural beings, but at times it feels more theoretical than real. I think a lot of it was their metaphysical worldview. I mean, in the case of, say, Egyptians, they believed they lived with the spirits. It's one of those things that, they could be walking around down the road and, they believed that they were surrounded with various spirits. So if they heard a knock in the granary, they might attribute that to a spirit. So if you have as built into your sort of ongoing presuppositions that there are spirits, then you're probably going to be more perceptive to it and to the possibilities and the metaphysics of it than, say, if you've been raised in an entirely materialist culture. So it's just one of those things, I think, that ancient cultures, because they had a worldview that was magical, they had a worldview that was spiritual, they had a worldview that believed in gods and demons, they had a worldview that believed in sacred and profane spaces, they had a worldview that believed heavily in religion and ritual. Yeah, they're going to be much more perceptive to spiritual realities and to the reality of a spirit world than, say a modern person, essentially. And a lot of Christianity today is preached kind of like, what's this, a therapeutic moral deism. The idea that you go to church for your therapy. You go to church for therapy. And for being, to have some moral instruction. And the rest of it isn't real. God isn't in your life because he just sort of started the clock going on the universe and just backed out. So, I guess I've been very lucky in this way that, having been exposed to the ancient world, I can kind of see how our ancestors got there. I can see how they arrived at where they were, where they could see those spiritual realities. I get it. So, but there is the sort of, how do you say it? They were keyed into the perceptions of these things. They were keyed into the perceptions of these things because this was their world. It was their world. They didn't have the distractions.
They also didn't explain spiritual encounters by something else.
Yeah.
Or just deny them.
Yeah, spiritual encounters were their own thing.
Like you said last week, the person who said, anybody's sad, seen a ghost or something like that, they'll be in the kitchen. You have these individuals. He was overwhelmed with how many.
Yeah, Irvin Finkel's account of it. Yeah.
Yeah, we're told in this technological society since the 1700s that anything supernatural is superstition.
Yeah. Well, Irving Finkel made that astute announcement too. When he started reading about ghost accounts from Mesopotamia, he said he wasn't a believer in ghosts. He wasn't a believer in ghosts when he first started reading about the Mesopotamian accounts of ghosts. And then the more he heard from other people, people who had seen them, living people, his friends, and the more he read the Mesopotamian accounts, the more he sort of said, okay, there's something here. He doesn't know what it is either, but, you know, he thinks there's something there. So, you know, once you sort of accept that it's more than theoretical, you start seeing it. You start seeing it. Mr. White asks, do you think there's a danger in taking the supernatural too far, such as any number of superstitions like aliens being demons? Yeah, I think there is a danger in taking it too far. I don't think that it's one of those things that you can take anything too far, though. You know, I've seen people take talking about angels too far. You know, people who you take football too far. You can take anything too far. You know, so it's one of those things where you can. I mean, deliverance ministries are a perfect example of taking the supernatural too far. I mean, these guys see a demon of baldness, and they think they think there's actually a demon of baldness. So absolutely, there is a danger in taking supernatural too far, because it will lead you astray if you run with your own imagination on this. So, demon of hair loss, yeah. Oh, absolutely, there are manuals that have demons of hair loss. I kid you not. And these are big. This is big in deliverance ministries.
Everything negative is a demon, and half of what's not negative.
CPM versus DOS hair loss might be demons. Yeah, pretty much. Darkblade, you can take drenching fries and cheese and gravy too far if you do it to any extent whatsoever. Well, I'll disagree with you on that because I like my poutine, but
it's really no different.
I mean, it's really no different than, to be honest, poutine is no different than having loaded mashed potatoes. You know, you got a mashed potatoes, you put some cheese on, you got some gravy on it, that's poutine. So, Andrew Graham says, deliverance ministries are a load of crock. Yeah, they are. But it is an example of us taking the supernatural too far.
There can be people who do it legit, like that office.
Yeah, the Office of the Exorcist. Yeah, but that's done with very careful consideration.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
That's not a deliverance ministry, though, hon. A deliverance ministry is basically like your revival meetings, except everyone's being exorcised of a demon. Yeah. That's what we mean by deliverance ministries. Such these big revival meetings where everybody's having a demon cast out of them. And then you kind of wonder if these demons had anything better to do with their time.
That's the question. With all the things a demon could do, why would he make somebody go bald?
Yeah, why would a demon bother to make someone go bald? Or nearsighted?
How does that interfere with a person's relationship?
Yeah. Or pigeon-footed. The demon of pigeon feet. Okay, let's move on here. All right, next one here. Close your eyes for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you think the church not mentioned in Revelation 4-22 is evidence for a rapture? No, I don't. My church is all in, but I don't see Revelation itself as anything specific that would support it. Okay. Here's the thing. The church not being mentioned in Revelation isn't the only option, or the church not being mentioned in Revelation, being the rapture, is not the only option. Okay? So we gotta start here with the whole idea that in the book of Thessalonians, it says that the man of lawlessness will not be revealed until the apostasia. That's the falling away. Not the rapture, the apostasia. The apostasia is not the rapture. Now, I don't buy into rapture theology. I think rapture theology is a 19th century theology that is not based on solid ground. The apostasia is the falling away of the church. The church falls away from faith, falls away from Christ. And it falls away to a point where it's no longer recognizable as the church anymore. So, the church not being mentioned in Revelation 4 to 22 appears to me more along the lines that the church is effectively not the church anymore, because the believers in Christ have fallen away except for a remnant. So, of course, once the man of lawlessness is revealed, then you're already in the tribulation. If you're already in the tribulation, you're no longer pre-trib. So it's one of those things where if you follow the lines of scripture here, the rapture is not anything like what pre-tribulational proponents say it is. One of the things I think is really terrifying to me about pre-tribulation theology is that it mistakes the rapture for summary judgment. A lot of what's been proposed as the rapture is God taking the sinner away for punishment at the great winepress of the Lord. Yeah. Dude, you want to be left behind. It's like, you want to be left behind. Because people who get taken away get dropped into the great winepress of the Lord and squished. Yeah, you want to be left behind. You do not want to be taken away. And Graham goes, leave me behind. Yeah, absolutely. You want to be left behind on this one. You know, where two are in the field and one gets taken away? Yeah, you want to be the one left behind. Darkblade goes, But real Christians accept the pre-tribulational rapture without hesitation. Bible's new doctrinal test says so. Yeah, and that was really awful. That was really awful. A lot of churches do, and seminaries do, make this idea of a pre-trib rapture essential to their doctrinal statement. And it's not good, and it's not responsible biblical exegesis. So, because you can just look at, say, the wheat and the tares. Who gets taken away first? Who do the angels take away? The tares. They take the tares away to be burned. And then the wheat's collected after the angels take away the tares. No, you don't want to be raptured. Rapture's bad. Really, really bad. Another sacred cow barbecued. Yeah, the tares the wicked. Yeah, that's exactly who gets taken away by the angels. That's who gets raptured. That's the summary judgment. Two are in the field, one are taken away, one is left behind. Just as in the days of Noah, where the wicked are taken away and the righteous are left behind. Woo. Yikes. Okay, let's move on here. So, Yeah, so rapture is not the only option here for the church being absent in Revelation 4 to 22. It's more likely that the church has just declined to being essentially impotent and basically of no effect at this point. So, all right, let's go. Annie Manuel. Yo, you're gonna get weeded first.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. All right, next one here. Common Lurker asks, 1 Kings 3:1, who do you think might have been the pharaoh with whom Solomon made an alliance with and whose daughter he married? Probably Siamun. That's probably the most likely one here, but we'll pull up the Bible and we'll just give that a quick read, but I'm pretty sure I know that. 1 Kings, chapter 3, verse 1. Then Solomon formed a marriage alliance with the pharaoh of the king of Egypt and took Pharaoh's daughter and brought her to the city of David until he finished his building his own house and the house of the Lord and the wall around Jerusalem. Okay. Simeon is the most likely candidate here. He's the second to last king of Dynasty 21. Dynasty 21 was in rough shape. You get to the end of Dynasty 21 and it's in really rough shape. Was very unusual for Egypt to give its daughters, the king of Egypt to give its daughters to foreign rulers. Very rare. Very rare. In fact, this is the only record we have of it. Is 1 Kings 3:1. It's the only record we have of any daughter of Pharaoh being given to a king of Israel or any other foreign king. So this is definitely it's most likely to be Simeon. It's probably not Sisenes the second, because Sisenes the second didn't have any errors as such. But this was a dynasty in rough shape, very rough shape. Simeon was trying to shore up as many allies as he could to fight against the Libyans. So the fact this happened at all shows a dynasty on the downward spiral, and it really had a hard time basically keeping things going towards the end. So but that it's only one or two possibilities here that this could have been. It could have been either Simeon or Susenes II, and it's very unlikely to have been Susenes II. So, because Susenes II basically oversaw the collapse of his dynasty. Darkblade asks, if she and Solomon had given him a grandson, would he have any right to become pharaoh? Probably not, because Susenes II had already taken the throne. With Susenes II, any claims that the daughter of Simeon could have made to the throne would have been null and void. So it's really one of those things where you do need it has to be a direct blood relation of the current king. So he would not have had any claim to the throne if Solomon and the daughter of the pharaoh had a son as such. So, all right, next question here. Okay. Like right now. What's David's opinion on pixel art in 2026? It's God's place. If you're doing, say, games for a small screen, yeah, sure. Pixel art's fine. It's one of those things that has its place. I don't do it myself. I knew a guy who made a lot of money off of it. Dan Lopez. He made a lot of money doing pixel art for Tamagotchis.
Yeah.
He made a lot of money on that.
Yeah. I remember him.
Yeah, that was a good gig for him. Yeah, Marine?
Marine.
Yeah.
Talking about doing it pixel.
Yeah, Marine Starkey,
And
yeah.
I'm like, money.
Yeah, we asked him why he would do. I mean, this is a guy who does a lot of comic art. We asked Dan Lopez, why he spent time doing pixel art, because it just seems like such picky work. And he said money, and he made a lot of money off of those Tamagotchi sprites. So
There's a lot of games. And
yeah, there's a lot of games on Steam that are still pixel art. So
it's small studios who don't want to spend 11 years.
well, yeah, that's it. I mean, the fact is that doing 3D first-person shooters are very expensive to produce. You can do pixelized pixel art video games on the cheap. So yeah, there's reasons for it still. And I don't have a problem with it. It's very stylistic. You do it as a style, it can be very nice.
I just found that.
Harry asks the follow-up here. Do we even need pixel art today when technology allows one to use any drawing one wants? Again, it's a style. You can use it as a style. You can use it if you want to save a lot of space, too. You know, pixel art is very conservative on memory space. So
Well, like cell phone games where you're doing those running and jumping
Mhm.
games. Pixel art is-
yeah.
You don't want to flood your phone. The whole focus then is on the action.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to depend on what you want to do, ultimately. But there's still a place for it. There's still a place for it, and I've seen people do it. I mean, what are those, what's it called now? You see this when you go to science fiction cons. The ladies who do the little trinkets that are basically melted pieces of plastic, and they're pixelated. What they were called?
I don't know. I avoid those.
Yeah, I avoid those boots like the plague too. They, but
Yeah.
but there are people who sell pixelated art at conventions,
Oh yeah.
and
Because there's a lot of people at conventions. It's not retro. It's just what I did in my case. Thank you.
yeah, so you still see a lot of this out on the market. So people still want this stuff.
And it's fine for people who want to do a fun game that's not really deep.
Yeah. Or the Most High says it's limited but creative. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. So okay, moving on here. Cereal Bowl asked the question: are undesigned coincidences a valid historical criteria? No. Because here's the thing: an undesigned coincidence is still a coincidence. So to go sort of beyond that, I think is kind of stretching it. Let's go with masses of data. Masses of data are just much better way to prove anything. Make a proper inductive argument. Make a proper inductive argument, and you don't have to go with the undesigned coincidences thing. I think the undesigned coincidences thing is kind of a cheap extrapolation. I just don't think I just don't think it gets you anywhere. I don't think it gets you where you want to go. So, I don't like arguments that don't get me where I want to go. So the problem is, you can always claim that an undesigned coincidence is a coincidence. Even if it's undesigned. So, Common Lurker says, I think the argument has been leaned on too much by many, and I agree with that. I just don't think it's a good argument. That's why I don't use it. Mr. White asks, do you think there's telescoping conflation going on in Exodus 1:11? Let's pull up Exodus 1:11. Okay, and Exodus 1, verse 11, and I know which one this is. Okay, and the text says, so they appointed taskmasters over them to afflict them with hard labor, and they built for Pharaoh storage cities, Pithom and Ramses. Okay, now I don't think this is telescoping or conflation. This is amalgamation. That's different. Now, you have to take, when you take all of Exodus 1, what you're getting here is prolegomena. Basically, you're getting the introduction to the text. The biblical writer of Exodus is giving you the summary of everything that's leading up to the birth of Moses. That's what this is about. Okay? So, it starts off with the sons of Jacob. It goes right to the firstborn being cast in the Nile. And then in chapter 2, you go right into a man from the house of Levi. Okay? So, basically, Exodus 1 is giving you the summary of of what happened leading up to the birth of Moses. That's its purpose. It's not to give you sort of a blow-by-blow history of what happened. It's not meant to disambiguate all the pharaohs that were involved in this. It's just meant to give you a reader's summary of everything leading up to what you need to know to understand the Moses narrative. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay. Harry Stark asks, any thoughts on adaptations of Japanese anime by 4Kids Entertainment? Don't know anything about it. I've not seen it. I don't know it. So, I can't say. So, not aware of this. So sorry. Don't know. Harry Stark asks, why did Japanese 2D animation survive while Western 2D animation died?
Stories?
Mr. Producer says better stories. Well, that's probably very true. Cost of production. Really cost of production. In the mid, I'd say late 80s, Japanese animation started farming out middle frames to essentially these animation sweatshops in around Southeast Asia. So there was some of those. I mean, the Japanese had managed to put in these animation sweatshops in Hong Kong, in mainland China, in Thailand. They even had one in North Korea. Several in South Korea, but one in North Korea, believe it or not. I had heard of a couple of people who had been working in animation sweatshops in North Korea.
That's actually a lot of information.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's and actually we got a lot of information about North Korea thanks to those animation sweatshops. So yeah, foreigners working in them. Exactly. Well, they actually needed people to supervise the animation process. So CPM versus DOS. Yep, still strong here there too. Yep. Yeah, Vietnam. Vietnam was another place. Thailand. Yep. So they early on had offloaded much of the expense of 2D animation to the third world, essentially. Okay. Whereas in Western animation did not offload its middle frames, because they saw that going 3D took less skills, and not only took less skills, but required American workers at lower costs. In both cases, both kinds of animation had to offset the costs, because 2D animation is prohibitively expensive. It's very, very expensive media. In the case of, say, Western 2D, they basically fired all the old school animators and basically replaced them with 3D modelers, where, say, intermediate frames could be generated by the machine. So it's one of those things where it's where Disney could, and basically Western 3D animation shops could get basically animators that were less expensive, less talented, and frankly, they could afford at that point to fill in a lot of diversity hires too. Whereas in Japan, if you're a lead animator, you're not being paid much. As a lead animator, you're still not being paid much, but at least you've got a consistent job doing it. So that's why Japanese 2D animation survived. It's essentially because of the economics of it. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, we got a member question here from Francis Dobbs. Thank you very much for the question. What are some ways that ancient Egyptian period influences modern Egypt today? A lot of the canals are still the same. A lot of the waterworks that were done by the ancient Egyptians are still in use. A lot of Egypt changed during the Islamic period. So, Egyptians still have a love of beer. Even Islam couldn't kill that.
Beer in Islam is kind of
yeah, beer and bread. Beer and bread. That was basically the Egyptian diet in antiquity. It remains the Egyptian diet today, pretty much. But yeah, you will see Egyptians sneak beers every so often. Graham, Muhammad wouldn't be very happy. Well,
I think Muhammad was thinking a few.
Yeah, Muhammad was probably sneaking a few on the side too. Yeah.
You know, and the water's back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Egypt invented a lot of things, some good, some bad. They didn't keep the architecture, kind of fell away to the wayside. Egypt invented pornography. You still can find that in Egypt. Oh yeah, there's some raunchy stuff in Egypt. I won't go into it, but I went to one of their malls once and I found some really raunchy stuff there. Blue Dog says, I've heard them sneaking a little pork now and then as well, aka red chicken. I've seen that. I know a couple places where you can get pork in Egypt. Right beside the McDonald's in Luxor, you can get bacon there. I also seen places where you can get hashish. Okay, there's been I've said there's you can get hashish in you can't, it's illegal. Okay, it's very illegal, like all narcotics in Egypt. But any place that has a hookah, that you could, any hookah bar might have a hookup with hashish. Okay, so hashish smoking's very common in Egypt. So the Egyptians' love of hallucinogenic drugs is still there. So the only thing that's really hard to get in Egypt is distilled spirits. Distilled spirits are very difficult to get in Egypt. You have to be a foreigner and you have to show a passport. They really are restrictive on that. It's easier to get hashish in Egypt than whiskey. Okay. Because a lot of they have a difficult time getting alcohol through the border without it being checked, because it's in bottles and people smuggle hashish into Egypt all the time by boat. Real easy to bring in. So yeah, it's just one of those things that you just CPM versus DOS. There are foreign restaurants in some Middle Eastern nations where you can have pork and alcohol. You can't in Egypt. It's really hard to get shots of alcohol. Okay, so getting a shot of whiskey, very difficult to get in a restaurant. You have to go essentially to one of the very few places within to buy it. And you can only do it like in the first 48 hours of your arrival. Yeah. I mean, I did buy some whiskey illegally in Egypt once.
But you always got it at the...
I did, but I did a trip from Cairo to Luxor after my 48-hour window.
It wasn't 48. I didn't.
It wasn't that 48 hours after I landed in plane, but the guy sold it to me anyway because I paid cash. So that was technically an illegal sale.
What are they concerned about? That people, if they buy it after 48 hours, would keep buying it and sell it black market?
Well, they're not really concerned about the sort of the aftermarket thing. They're much more concerned that it'll fall into the hands of I guess they are concerned it'll fall into the hands of Muslims, but I mean, for Muslims it's completely they can't even buy, they're not even supposed to buy beer. The Coptic people can buy beer, but none of them can buy whiskey or vodka. CPM versus DOS. 48 hours, 72 hours, it's all the same with cash. Pretty much. Yeah, cash wins every time. Pretty much. Dr. Falk, the criminal. Yeah, it's actually odd. There's actually no jail time associated with that. At least not for the buyer. So it's actually not a crime to buy it after 72 hours. It's a crime to sell it after 72 hours. So Andrew Graham can have a beer. I'm Coptic. Yeah, you can get beers at hotels. Hotels will sell you beers, or bars. There's even bars out there that will, on boats, that will sell you beer. You know, I mean, I've bought beer on boats. on boat restaurants. That's fine. They'll allow that. The only thing that's really hard to get is hard liquor. So Francis Dobb goes, how did ancient Egypt influence Coptic Christian theology? Well, it did make a very harsh separation between what was Christian and what was pagan. Ancient Egypt did influence Coptic Christianity in certain ways, not necessarily positively. A lot of early Coptic Christianity used abandoned Egyptian temples as basilicas. In fact, you can go to Egypt and still see remnants of Coptic basilicas that were made from renovated temples. You find one at Dendera Temple. There's one at Luxor Temple. There's several of them. There was even one. I've even seen one at was it Elephantini? There's a Coptic church that had met in a tomb. Beni Hassan, another one, a tomb that had been renovated for a Coptic church. So a lot of early Coptic churches reused Egyptian architecture for their services. Depending on the size of the congregation will, of course, depend upon the renovation. Some of them were very large, some of them were very small. But you do see this all over the place. Even at the temple of Isis, you see basically some of the temples that have been basically retrofitted into churches. So you see a lot of that. You do see a lot of Coptic Christianity, at least the early traces of it, in, say, among Christian ruins. But there was also, say, a harsh divide too, because there was, say, interreligious tensions, strife, persecution. So you saw that as well, and in basically the early interactions between ancient Egyptian culture and Coptic Christianity. There were riots. Sometimes there were riots, particularly in Alexandria. There were riots. The pagans saw their way of life threatened by this up and coming monotheistic religion, so there would be some violence. And the opposite was true too. That the Coptic Christians took revenge as well. So it went both ways. But it did lead to a long-standing distrust and dislike of paganism. So, in many ways, the ancient Egyptian influence on Coptic Christian theology ended up making them resilient to when Islam finally came. So, I think that was probably the longest standing, because they had already faced persecution at the hands of, say, the Egyptian pagans. When Islam rolled through town and started persecuting the Copts, they just sort of said, this is business as usual. And they say a lot of them stayed strong, where, say, in other parts of North Africa and the Middle East, Christianity just folded, because Christianity there had never gone through the persecutions that, say, Christians in Egypt had undergone. So I think that's probably the longest, the most influence it had, is that it sort of built resilience into Coptic Christianity that you just didn't find elsewhere in the Near East. So I hope that helps. Thank you for that super chat. Really appreciate it. And yeah, that's I think the biggest contribution or influence it had. Okay. Ryan Cohenkamp, what would have been the title of that book? Which book? Are you talking about the Ark of the Covenant? Let's see here. What was my original? I have to look this up in my proposal. What was my original title? What was my working title for the Ark of the Covenant in this Egyptian context? Let's see if I can find it here quickly here. Okay, the working title, let me find it here. Writing. Book projects. Okay. Okay, the original title for the Ark of the Covenant book was Before the Ark of the Covenant, Exploring the Egyptian Context of Israelite Ritual Furniture. Hence, my publishers knew what they were doing. Exactly. So that was the original title of the Ark of the Covenant book. Before the publisher decided to change it, and I think they did a pretty good job. Okay, next one here is from SlamRN for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. What is your opinion of the Greco-Roman bios historiographical theory of New Testament studies, popular with scholars like Mike Licona, Craig Keener, etc.? Basically, that gospel writers made stuff up. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Licona. I'm going to admit it. Every time I see Licona do something, it's like he always sort of goes up that route of, well, they made it up, and it's like, oh, no. I mean, it might not be what we think it is, but that doesn't mean they made it up either. It almost strikes me as kind of a black or white fallacy, that it happened literally like we in the West think it happened, or they made it up. Why isn't there a middle ground there? I don't get that. I've never understood that. I just never understood that kind of thinking, where it's just like, well, if it doesn't happen like we in the West imagine it, it must have been made up. It's the worst of black and white thinking. And it's a bifurcation fallacy. Craig Keener, some of his New Testament stuff is good. I've used some of his New Testament stuff. He does that less so than Licona does. But I also will say this: Craig Keener is absolutely awful when it comes to the Old Testament. Absolutely awful. Almost anything Craig Keener says about the Old Testament is pretty much garbage. I mean, he was out there in front of the Mount Ebal curse amulet, saying that this is proof of an early Exodus, and it's like, oh no, Craig, don't do this to yourself. Yeah. So anything Craig says about say the Old Testament is rubbish. He's been okay, as I said. He's been good on a lot of his New Testament stuff. Not perfect, but okay. Mike Lacona, I have a lot of difference of opinion with. I don't like a lot of how Mike arrives at his conclusions, and he's just really smug about it too. That doesn't help. The guy's incredibly smug about his opinions. So, he just rubs me the wrong way. Rich Adams. Oh, I didn't know that about Keener. I just use them for the NT. I think Keener's great for the New Testament. I don't have a problem with Keener New Testament stuff overall. It's very restrained, very conservative. I've actually used his work many times for the New Testament. Just stay away from him on the Old Testament. Harry Stark, Lycona's literary devices is basically a euphemism for making up stuff. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Um, it's basically the old. I mean, we get these euphemisms in time all the time in biblical studies, like um Old Testament, a couple generations ago, they used to say allegory instead of literary device. They would be allegory. Everything in the Bible was allegory, which was a euphemism for just making stuff up. Then you'd ask what an allegory is, and they couldn't answer you. Yeah, and I think Lacona here is in the same boat. You know, it's like, oh, it's a literary device. Oh, what kind of literary device is this? Is it a metaphor, simile, amphibole, alliteration? Yeah. I don't think Lacona has a good handle on what is a literary device. Literary device is a device used in literature. And I think if somebody pressed Lacona into saying, okay, what sort of literary device is this? I think he'd be very hard pressed to answer, honestly. I mean, I think it would have to come down to this. It's fantasy or making it up, and that's not a literary device. So, New Testament scholars need to take more courses on literature and logic. Logic and literature, it just seems to be this massive gap that we're finding biblical scholars just falling into. And I think that's kind of really just awful. Okay, move on here. Ryan Cohenkamp asks, do you think pomegranates were the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil? No, I don't. Pomegranates are only good. They are tasty. Thoroughly tasty. There is nothing wrong with a good pomegranate. No, I do not think they're the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. I think the knowledge of good and evil was the fruit. Zero Bowl asks, are any of Alexander Hislop's hypotheses even remotely credible? No. That's an easy one. No. Moving on. Yeah, conspiracy theorists, ancient alien junk, just move on from that. It's not even worth serious discourse. Let's see what we got next. Hey, AJ Higgins, how are you doing? Getting a lot of late people coming in late tonight. A lot of people are just kind of drifting in late. Okay, next one here is from Tony G for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on House of David TV series? Have not seen it. I have not been keeping up on my TV as recently because I've been working on my own books. So, I'm right now working on my War of the Gods manuscript, book 4, and that's I've already got the cover designed on it, and three people have seen it. Yes, 4 technically have seen it. And it's gotten great reviews, so we're really looking forward to that. I'm trying to get the draft done because Alpha Reader is just keeps pestering me saying, "Where's the book? Where's the book? Where's the book?" I think keep saying it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. So I've been way too busy to watch TV. In fact, I find I'm more productive when I write when I do not watch TV or videos and just listen to music. So, Andrew Graham, give me the book now. it's going to be a linchpin book, so it has to be right. It has to be right. All right, moving on here. All right, we got a member question here from Andrew Graham. He asks, "Is AI an attempt to be a god? Small g is deliberate." I don't think it's an attempt to be. Okay. Okay, save something for that. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't think it's an attempt to be a small god. I think some people are treating it that way. I thought, I mean, one of the things we should comment, this would be a really good place. Did anyone ask any questions about the encyclical? Okay. So then I'll talk about it here. The Papal Encyclical by Pope Leo. Very interesting little controversy here. As some of you, especially Catholics, know, Pope Leo has published his first papal encyclical on the dangers of AI. Okay? Now, the controversial bit about it is there has been some suggestion that Claude AI was used to write the encyclical. Ooh. Ow. Ow. Yes, the current Pope. Ouchie. Yeah, so basically, an AI was used to write a papal encyclical on basically condemning AI. Wow.
Somebody said.
It's come back. It's come back as of today. So, Maverick Glow, what? Yeah, it's come back as of today. So, I think they tried to debunk it, and then it was kind of shown that the debunking wasn't so good. So, it's hard to know what was. Here's the thing about AI detection. Really, really difficult to know if there's actually been AI used.
He could laugh. Hope Leo would do that, but still.
Annie Manul says, Claude, I doubt Pope Leo would do that, but still. Well, he is from Chicago. Come on. Of course, he tried to get his bank account changed at his Chicago branch bank, and the bank hung up on him and told him he had to come in person to change his address.
We've been laughing all day envisioning this whole papal entourage going down to downtown Chicago.
I would love, of course, I would love to see Pope Leo show up at a Chicago branch bank in full papal regalia. Just to get his address changed. I'd love it. I'd love it. It's like, don't these people have diplomats to do this stuff for them? Like, what?
Did Claude say something bad about ChatGPT? AI.
The dude's a dude. Did Claude say something bad about ChatGPT? As AI civil war begins. Oh boy. Yeah, there was a lot. There's a lot of really weird stuff going on here. AJ Higgins, sorry, we need a valid envelope address. What? You can't verify the Vatican? The papal estate? The papal suite in the Vatican? You mean the statements won't make it there? Andrew Graham, can you leave a forwarding address? Oh boy. Chicago banks are really like that anyway, okay? I mean, they are really like that. They're really difficult to deal with if you have to change an address or anything like that. Annie Manuel, isn't Pope Leo from the South Side? I believe he is. Yeah, he is from Chicago. He still apparently has a Chicago bank account.
Yeah.
It's just too funny, yeah. I will fully admit that the having an American Pope has led to some very interesting things in the news cycle. Very interesting things. Oh yeah.
I mean,
okay. Well, let's move on here. I will take this. Oops. Okay, we're gonna take this now because I see a good question here. P8888 for 1999. Thank you for the super chat. I would like to sponsor a question, your choice, and I say when I want to take. Lego Lab asks the question: when do you think we could be competent in calling something a copying error? Seems like something that could be easily abused to disregard passages one doesn't like. Okay, here's where I think where copying error becomes really obvious. Okay. Now, yes, you could probably abuse this just like you could abuse any sort of thing like this. Like you could abuse even, say, stuff like scribal glosses, that sort of thing. But a copying error, when it's a mistake in spelling, spelling mistakes are the most common copyist error, by far. And you find them in all languages. You get spelling mistakes in Hebrew manuscripts. You get them in Greek manuscripts. Oh boy, you get them in Greek manuscripts. Tons and tons of spelling mistakes in Greek manuscripts. That's an example of a copying error, where someone has the original, they copy it, and they make a spelling mistake. How do you know it's a spelling mistake? Because you got the original. Or you got a host of other documents that show it correctly spelled. So, in a lot of cases, like for example, another example of a copying error is homeoarcton. Okay? Basically, you have a text that starts off with something, and then later down in the text, it also starts with that same beginning. So what happens is the I jumps, and a bunch of text is omitted by mistake. That's a copying error. So you do find mistakes where homeoarcton, or it's basically its counterpart, homeoteluton. Homeoteluton is when something ends at a certain ending, and the I jumps to another ending like it, and again, text is omitted. That's a copying error. Words copied out of order is a copying error. And this happens all the time. Like, for example, in Exodus chapter 12, verse 38, where in a lot of text it says 430 years in Egypt and Canaan. Well, there's another recension of the text that says Canaan and Egypt. So the order has been reversed. One of those is a copying error. Do we know which one it is? No. Okay. But there's no doubt that a copying error took place there. So we can be confident that there was a copying error because they both can't be the original. So there are places in Scripture where there have been copying errors. There's one text that talks, in some versions says Aram. Other versions says Edom. Both are enemies of Israel. Doesn't really matter which one it is ultimately. But there was a copying error there. We don't know which one's the correct one, though. So yeah, there's a lot of copying errors that we can easily identify. As I said, the most common ones are spelling mistakes, but there's omissions in texts, things copied out of place. For example, a piece of text could be moved around. That can be the result of a copying error. Yeah, the dude. Lexics of the world unite. Yeah.
Scholars have identified most of those.
Yeah.
And none of them.
Yeah, most of these copying errors have been properly identified, and most of them are do not affect the core meaning of the text. So, and this is why when we talk about, say, copying errors, those are really pretty minor most of the time. Really minor. Sometimes a word might be written out with the wrong suffix. It happens. That could change the meaning of a text. Could change it. But will it change it in a major way? Probably not. Not most of the time. So, it's one of those things where I think people get too wrapped up on the copying errors, and when they should be really more concerned about, am I reading this thing correctly to begin with? Okay, I'm going to take a short break here, and then I'll be right back. Okay. All right, I'm back. How did I fill my coffee? Okay, next one. Next one here. Let's see, what's the next one here? Oh, that's the House of David. Pick up where I left off. Yeah. Muhammad Karam asks if a 40-year period is divided into specific time periods, like King David ruling 7 years in Hebron and 33 in Jerusalem, do you think these are literal 40-year periods? They could be, they may be, they may not. It's hard to say. Anytime you get sort of things in 40, it's really unsure. But we do know that David did rule into his old age. Because he ruled into his old age, a third 40-year period is not out of the question either. So I would say in the case of David, he would have ruled at least 40 years. So I don't think, say, the 7 at Hebron and 33 in Jerusalem necessarily would imply the 40, but I mean, it does if you use Western math, but we're not using Western math here. There's some possibility that a writer went back and, say, took that 40 and then rationalized 7 at Hebron and 33. It could have been something else, like maybe 6 at Hebron or 34 at Jerusalem or even 32 at Jerusalem. So we can't say for certain just because of the idiomatic usage of 40. So it's really hard to say because these are not records that were kept during the time of David himself, but are ones that have been rationalized after the fact. So I would even still here be cautious about stating that these are a literal 40-year period. I think you can use 40 as a working number, but I wouldn't die on the hill to say that this is a literal 40 years. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that question. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from Chad Lennox for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. He says, I wanted to see the Isaiah scrolls at the Museum of the Bible in DC. Your review gave me second thoughts. Should I make the trip? Thank you. Well, if you're in this DC anyway, why not? Okay. Look, they've had the Museum of the Bible has had some difficulties doing this thing in a way that's responsible with the artifacts. They've made a lot of dodgy purchases. Basically, they've bought things on the antiquities black market, which is never a good thing. Okay? I don't think it's ever a good thing to buy antiquities off the black market. But they did. And some of it, I think, is, really not such a. They've had to pay out a lot of money in court fines and court judgments. IC says here the Museum of the Bible also lied about the slave Bible. Well, they might have, yeah. It is very ideologically driven. I will say that if you are, they do a lot of their view is similar to, say, Southern Baptist views on things. So you'll get a lot of Southern Baptist theology within the Museum of the Bible, but that doesn't preclude you from going and just visiting it, seeing the artifacts. Look, I'm going to make a really, really controversial statement here. AJ Higgins, are they connected to ABR? Not as far as I know. That doesn't mean they aren't. I just don't think they are. They're not connected as far as I know to ABR. Now the Bible Seminary is connected to ABR, but that's not the same as the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C. Okay. The group who's responsible for the Museum of the Bible is the same group that runs Hobby Lobby. Okay, that's the Hobby Lobby family. I forget what their names are at the moment, but the Museum of the Bible, the Hobby Lobby family. Yeah, they got their fortune through Hobby Lobby, and then they just bought biblical artifacts using their fortune. So, it does have a very, very evangelical edge to a lot of their views. So, but here's my controversial statement. Okay, here is my big controversial statement. Okay, I visited the Egyptian Museum in San Jose, California, run by the Rosicrucians.
That was
Mrs. Producer says that was awesome.
my mom came.
Yes, that's when I met my mother-in-law. Okay. My wife and I, Mrs. Producer and I, took her mother to the Rosicrucian Museum. The Rosicrucian Museum is an extension of a cult. Okay? It's a cult. Okay? But it's also one heck of a good Egyptian museum. And there is Rosicrucian propaganda there. Absolutely, there's Rosicrucian propaganda there. That doesn't prevent you, though, from seeing the exhibits and learning something and taking something away from it. So, okay, AJ Higgins says, who are the Rosicrucians? Okay, the Rosicrucians...
Your mother.
Oh, gee. Your mother-in-law is in a museum. How old is she? Okay. Wait, who are the Rosicrucians? They are one of these secret society religions. They're a secret society religion. Okay? And they're one of the weirder ones. Okay? Back around 300 years ago, where when the the most famous of these what's it called now? The Freemasons. 300 years ago, secret societies and secret spiritist religions were really, really common in Europe. Okay? There used to be a lot of them. Freemasonry was one of them. Okay? Another one of them was the Rosicrucians. Founded by a guy, I believe his name was Christian Rosicruz. Okay? Of the Rosy Cross. Okay. And it taught basically aspects of Spiritism, Gnosticism, and it was a secret society with lots of secret rituals, lots of secret knowledge. And the Rosicrucians, they, instead of going for, say, a universalist kind of view, like what you find in, say, Freemasonry, they sort of more drifted towards, say, well, the Egyptians had all the secret knowledge. So the Rosicrucians developed this obsession with Egyptian artifacts, Egyptian culture. Of course, they don't know anything about it, but yeah, they're like one of the old timer secret societies. Yeah. Yeah, John says it's like the stonecutters. Yeah, it's like them. Yeah. Yep, same deal. Same deal. Just different funky hoods. Uh my dad ran into a coven of Rosicrucians when he worked at a forestry site. They had moved into one of the portables, and um they found weird stuff in there. Weird stuff in there, like ceremonial daggers, um headdresses with deer antlers on them, like really strange stuff. So yeah, that's the Rosicrucians for you. And they do have an incredibly good museum in San Jose, which is why I think that you can, you don't have to subscribe to Rosicrucianism to go to their museum. Well, likewise, you don't have to subscribe to evangelical Christianity or their view of Christianity to view the stuff at the Museum of the Bible. Again, take everything on a plaque with a proverbial pinch of salt. But you could still probably see something interesting there. Moving on to the next one here. So that's where the emerald travel is. The dude's a dude. Coven, isn't that witches? A coven is just a group of people performing rituals. That's all a coven is. Witches have covens, but also other groups have covens too. Neo-pagans have covens. Secret societies have covens. It's just a terminology for a group of people there to perform rituals. Yeah, emerald tablets. Yeah, good luck finding those. Okay, let's see the next one here. Done that one already. AJ Higgins, thoughts on IP's new Exodus lecture? Haven't seen it. I don't know which one this is. I have not seen any new lecture by him. He might have a new one, I don't know, but I have not watched it. So he hasn't told me about it either. So if he has a new one out there, I have not seen it. I don't know which one of that is. So okay. It was released today. Yeah, then I definitely haven't seen it. John says the emerald tablets are stored next to the golden plates. Probably. All right. AJ Higgins for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. How influential were cities like Uruk to Egypt? Not influential at all. Uruk was way too far away from Old Kingdom Egypt to have much of influence. Really, when Uruk is at its height, Egypt is in its Old Kingdom. Egypt's doing its own thing at this point. There does appear to have been some trade between Mesopotamia and Egypt during the Old Kingdom, but it was very limited. So, I just don't know if there was anything beyond that. Records of that time are pretty sparse. Uruk, the records from Uruk never really talk about Egypt, and Egypt doesn't talk about Uruk. So, even though Uruk was a dominant power in its region, and Egypt was a powerful entity in its region, the two, there wasn't any much of any intersection between them. So, yeah, they really didn't influence each other to any substantial degree, as far as I can tell. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Icy goes, will there be any review of it? I'd love to see it. I have. Oh, look, unless there's a reason for me to do reviews, I don't usually do reviews. It would have to be wrong, in most likelihood. It would have to be something that's worth doing, as in it's educational for me to do this. It would have to be something that's of a relatively short span, be usually between 30 to 45 minutes. Usually there's not a lot of point in me reviewing most materials like that. I mean, I only reviewed his first one because it was so spectacularly wrong. But I don't think this would I mean, given where IP is at right now, I wouldn't. I doubt it would be anything that that would be of great concern. Okay, next one here is from AJ Higgins for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Age demographics of the Ramesside Varus graves. We don't have any. Here's the thing. The problem with the graves during the Ramesside period at Avaris is they've all been chewed up. Okay? They've all been chewed up because of agricultural leveling. Now, what happens with agricultural leveling is you're basically taking a tilling machine and you're churning up the soil, basically mulching the soil, so you can plant crops. That's the issue. So the Ramesside graves at Avaris have been all chewed up. There's nothing left of them except fragments. Okay? So, what we have, the Ramesside graves at Avaris, are basically fragments of material culture like ceramics. So we know they're Ramesside. We know the graves there were Ramesside. We know there were graves there because we find pieces of cartonnage. We find pieces of funerary goods, like fragments of canopic jars, fragments of offering cups, that sort of thing. So we know it's Ramesside. We know it's even what period those graves were, which were mid-Ramesside, so mid-Dynasty 19. But we have no age demographics because none of the skeletons survived. None of the skeletons survived except as bone fragments. And you really can't tell a demographic of a burial based upon bone fragments. So, unfortunately, just going to be in the dark on this one because of the agricultural leveling there. And the agricultural leveling was very thorough. It was so thorough, in fact, that it chopped the palace of Horemheb all the way down to the foundation. So yeah, it's we're not going to get much. We're not going to get any demographics here, unfortunately. I wish we could, but we're not. So unfortunately, sometimes that's just what the data gives us. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Harry Stark asked, "What does David think of this deconstruction trend?" I think it's a failure of the church. Honestly, I think it's a failure of the church to teach. I think it's a failure of the church to preach. I think it's a failure of the church to practice sound methods of orthopraxis. I think it's a general failure of the church. I think the church is largely responsible for the deconstruction trend. So, we have decided to try to either pursue one of several things. We've gone off on these rabbit trails while missing the main focus, which is Christ. You know, the church has decided to go into things like doubling down on tradition, or doubling down on emotional experience, or doubling down on therapeutic approaches to the gospel, or any number of things like doubling down on social gospel. Everyone is off doing their own thing at the exclusion of Christ himself and the teaching of his word. So it really doesn't surprise me that we have a deconstructionist trend. We've created lukewarm, tepid Christians. You know, basically the worst of nominal Christianity. And then we wonder why they deconstruct. It's not surprising. You know, they haven't built up people's faith, so people's faith get lost. You can't shelter people from the world without proper equipping and expect their faith to survive it. So I think this is a failure of the church overall. Harry Stark asks, "Are there any ancient examples where we do have the autographs?" We have autographs of some things, but we don't have autographs of, say, the biblical texts. That's just not something we have. So, but a lot of autographs remain lost from a lot of, say, religious books. And a lot of it is because religious books tend to be used more. This is one of the things, interesting things about religious books that we've found in studying, say, modern literature. One of the things is we know that a huge amount of religious literature was printed right after the Reformation. Huge amount. Something like 2 million tracts and small books were printed right after the Reformation. Almost none of them survived. And the reason why none of them survived was people kept rereading them and reusing them until they fell apart. So this is something that we find with religious documents. Is religious documents don't survive because of hard use. The books that do survive are those that sit on a shelf and never get read. It's a real irony. It's a real irony about literature that the books that don't get read have greater survival than the ones that get read. Yeah, that's why we got tons. This is why we got tons of Voltaire. Is because nobody read him. He sat on a shelf collecting dust, and thus we have lots of volumes of him in pristine condition.
Unopened condition.
Unopened condition, yeah, exactly. And yet, a lot of, say, Luther's tracts are gone. Not a single copy survives of some of Luther's tracts. And the reason why people read them to pieces, quite literally. So, It's crazy to think about how much literature got out there and never survived just because of people benefited from it and used it. And religious texts seem to be one of those things that people do tend to read over and over and over again a lot until they are destroyed. Let me give you another example from ancient Egypt. We've got a lot of say, religious texts that were placed on walls. But we have not a single liturgical scroll.
You see, it's like how the barber strikes and LPs.
Oh, that's bad.
But, yeah.
Chatelainic says, just like how the Barbara Streisand LPs at the thrift store are in pristine condition. Yeah. Yeah, like that. Unfortunately. But here, like for example, we know that every temple in Egypt had liturgical scrolls. Lots of them. Lots of them. In every place that we go in Egypt, we know they had liturgical scrolls. We see on the walls priests using liturgical scrolls. Not a single copy of a liturgical scroll has survived. Not one. That's astounding when you think about it. Some of these temples are in desert places where you would expect text to survive. And yet not a single liturgical scroll has ever been found in Egypt. Not one. It's crazy when you think about that. So, so it's just one of those things that you got to keep in mind that with religious texts, autographs aren't likely to survive because people are using them. And this is just some of the problems with say religious texts. Even like some of the oldest versions of the Bible we have were spared from the fire because they were ready to be pitched as basically kindling. Like they found, I believe they found some like Codex Sinaiticus, was it? I think it was one of them that was set to be burned. It was discard. The binding had fallen apart. They were ready to burn it. Why were they ready to burn it? Hard use. Hard use. So, okay, we're going to move on here. We're getting close to the end anyway. Harry Stark goes, does having dyslexia automatically mean one will fail an exam? No, it won't. It does not mean you will automatically fail an exam. What it does mean is you often have to read things several times to make sure you are reading it correctly. Okay? Because with dyslexia, letters tend to transpose. Letters and words will transpose. So, accommodation is usually not given for dyslexia. You just have to strategize for it. So, moving on here. Maverick Glow says dyslexia has a spectrum. Yeah, it does. Yeah. One of the things about dyslexia too is that's very interesting is it happens to be something that hits people who are of higher intelligence. So people with higher intelligence often get dyslexia. It's really weird in that way. It tends to hit people with higher intelligence, but the worse they get it, the more difficult time they have reading. So, Harry Stark asks, what percentage of similarity between the Dead Sea Scrolls and other manuscripts? You can't answer that question because it's going to differ for every manuscript. So that's the one question you just can't answer. So it's not like you can put a say. I mean, look, when Westhoff said that the texts we have today are 100% the same as the Dead Sea Scrolls, he was wrong, badly wrong. Okay. Sorry, Wes, you don't always get your facts right before you go live, and I wish you did. But there are going to be dissimilarities between every ancient text. That just comes with the process of copying. But it's one of those things where you can only do that comparison on basically between two particular manuscripts, just because they're going to be different in various ways. So even where you have can determine a percentage, even that's going to be misleading to some respect, because similarity is going to depend upon things such as, well, are there any lacunas in the text? Are there any omissions in the text because of damage to the text? Are there going to be things like spelling mistakes in the text that cause dissimilarities? Are there going to be bigger problems like glosses that have been added to one text that's not in another? So it's an impossible question to answer ultimately.
Are you taking them in order?
Yes.
We've already
Check that. Yeah, I skipped that intentionally. Because it's not a question I can really answer. I mean, I'll answer it, but it's not going to be a great answer. All right, Muhammad Karam, any advice on what resources after finishing use of Dobson's Biblical Hebrew and his New Testament Greek? I have no idea what resources you're going to have after Dobson's Biblical Hebrew and his New Testament Greek. I don't use Dobson's. So I can't. I used Muntz for Greek and I used Kelly for Hebrew. I also used other Hebrew texts like Xiao. But those are the ones I use. So I can't say what Dobson teaches or not. I really can't say. Because I can't say, I can't advise on what resources after. I will say you will need to get proper lexicons. Lexicons are going to be very, very important for reading comprehension. You're going to need the Halot lexicon for Hebrew, and you're going to need the Bagda lexicon for Greek. The Biblical Greek, and I think it's called the Biblical Greek and Ancient Literature lexicon. But those are the two lexicons you're going to need. Okay, essentially. And then after that, it's more of a I'll add one other resource to this, which is Daniel. What's his name? Advanced Greek, something like that. What's his? I forget what his last name. Daniel Wallace. Daniel Wallace's advanced exegesis of biblical Greek. I think it's something called like that. It's a big, beefy 600-page text that gives you all the nuances of biblical Greek. There's also a concise version of it too that's small. That's 200 pages. You might find that the concise version is better for you, but it depends how thorough you want to get there. There's also a biblical exegesis book that was done by Stanley Porter that's very good too. Okay? But that's really all I can advise you on. Again, I don't know anything about Dobson's Biblical Hebrew or his New Testament Greek, so I can't say. I am also very reticent on anybody who does both Hebrew and Greek, and tries to do it with equal levels of competence. I think that's just not a great. Nobody is equally competent at both, so. So I find it sketchy that a guy does both a biblical Hebrew and a biblical Greek. So, all right, hope that helps. Let's go back here.
Any numbers thing? Just got it.
Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, we'll take that now. Just Janice says, why did I receive the membership? It was meant as a gift for someone else. Here's the thing. If you how it works. And by the way, thank you for the gift. Okay, the membership. Here's how it works. If you gift a membership and you don't have the membership yourself, it tends to go for you first. Okay? So you can sort of only gift memberships if you have one already. Yeah, you gifted yourself. Congratulations. But barring that, you have to be careful when you do a gift of a membership. Okay, it will show up at the top. Like for example, I do see the gift of one membership here. You have to be careful not to click on it. If you click on it, you accept the membership. Okay? So yeah. So that's what's going on here is you've gifted a membership and somehow either you clicked on it or you didn't have one already, and therefore you gave yourself a membership. So, it happens. YouTube's strange. Okay.
Yeah. And Andrew said send to next time.
Yeah, Andrew Graham said send to next time. Yeah, okay. That's one way around it for sure. Yeah, we're hoping Jack Ray is okay too. Haven't heard from him he was here last week, but I think he's having a lot of pain at the moment, so do keep Jack in your prayers. All right, moving on here. AJ Higgins asks, what's the specifics of the Sea People's theory for the conquest narrative? It doesn't play directly into it. It's sort of kind of sets out, though. The Sea People come into basically the coastal plain of Israel near the beginning of the reign of Ramses II. Okay, and in reality, probably a few years before. We get some signs that they're already moving in the Amarna letters. So sometime between Akhenaten and Ramses II, they're already moving into the coastal plain. So the Sea Peoples, we do know that by the 5th regnal year of Ramses II, there are Sea Peoples that are established in Canaan. Okay, so So that's a good 30 years before the Exodus. So you've got, say, um, um, or sorry, not 30 years before the Exodus, 20 years before the Exodus, roughly 20 years before the Exodus. So the Sea Peoples are going to have lived in Canaan for roughly 60 years, 50, 60 years, by the time the Israelites arrive on the far side of Canaan. So the Sea Peoples occupy the coastal plain. But the Israelites don't go through the coastal plain. They go around the back of Canaan on the far side of Edom, Moab, and Ammon to enter into the land across the fords of the Jordan and into the Heshbon and Arnon. Okay? So they're coming in through the other end. So how Sea Peoples play into, say, the conquest narrative is they're already at this point the kingdoms that have been established in, say, Canaan for 200 years prior to the conquest, they're already starting to feel pressure. Okay? So these are the Amorite kingdoms, essentially. The Amorite kingdoms are in the Judean highlands, into northern Canaan. That's basically where the Amorite kingdoms are. And the Amorite kingdoms are already starting to feel pressure. They're feeling pressure from the west as the Sea Peoples moved in. But now they get this pressure from the east, where they're getting incursions from the Israelites. So what's going to happen here ultimately is that something's got to buckle. Okay? You can't fight a war on two fronts. It's very, very difficult to fight a war on two fronts. So they're basically, the Amorite kingdoms are getting squeezed out. They're getting squeezed out on both sides. They're getting squeezed out by the Sea Peoples on one side. They're getting squeezed out by the Israelites on the other side. And really, that's going to end up ultimately with the Amorite kingdoms collapsing. Mostly, and basically, the Israelites are the straw that broke the Amorites back on when it comes to that pressure. So Andrew Graham goes, the guy with the funny mustache tried that one too. Yeah, fighting a war on two fronts is not successful. Yeah, the von Schlieffen plan was a bad idea. Yeah, never fight a war on two fronts. AJ Higgins goes, thoughts on the Ethiopian canon? It's full of apocrypha. I don't consider apocrypha scripture. Okay. I'm sure it's fine for wisdom literature if you want to read it as wisdom literature. But then again, too, I also find reading Plato's Republic to be pretty good wisdom literature, too. So, you know, the Gorgias is good wisdom literature. Aristotle is good wisdom literature. Okay? There's a lot of wisdom literature out there. So, and the fact is, if you want the Ethiopian canon, a lot of it has been translated and is available online for free. So that would be my say is if you want to go read it, I think it's even on Project Gutenberg at this point. So, I don't think there's some of that Ethiopian canon is really is not just apocrypha or pseudepigrapha, but outright forgeries. Okay, so just keep that in mind as you read it. It has more books in it, included than say the rest of say Christian canons. I think it's got something like 84 books. It's a big canon, but it's also a canon that has been sort of included the kitchen sink, and some of it, like, I think, I'm not quite sure if it has how many of the Enochs it has. I think it has at least first and second Enoch. I do not think it has third or fourth Enoch in it. And yes, there is a third and fourth Enoch. Second Enoch is definitely Roman period. It's definitely Roman period. It's definitely not. It's definitely not, say, your traditional apocrypha as such. So, I don't think it's great stuff. I think you're probably better off reading other stuff than the Ethiopian canon, but that's more like more my opinion. I think if you want to read great stuff of that period, I would go with Church Fathers. Read the Church Fathers. You know, I don't get why everyone is so wrapped up reading junk apocrypha when you've got tons and tons and tons of stuff from the Church Fathers that's actually good stuff to read and even edifying. Not perfect, but edifying. So, Maverick Lowe says, I think it's so funny when people try to use the Ethiopian canon to justify Enoch, and then it is quickly obvious they don't have a clue what it is at all. What all is in the Ethiopian canon. Yeah, that's true. Maverick Lowe. I really love Tobit. Oh, Tobit is a mess. Tobit is a mess. The fish bladder? The fish gallbladder stuff? Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, you can drive out a demon with a fish gallbladder. You're Catholic. You should know that, right? You read Tobit. Yeah, according to Tobit, you're supposed to save the gallbladder on a fish because you can drive out demons with it. I have yet to see that in the Gospels. Second Luke, the fish gallbladder edition. Third or fourth Mark. Fun stuff. All right. Yeah. She goes, yes. Yeah. It's Tobit has some strange stuff in it. The Book of Judith is really messed up on history too. Really messed up. And we did a whole 20-minute segment once on going through and examining the history of Judith, and it's just not good. Not good at all. Okay. And we're getting really close to the end here. Yeah, that's the end. We are at the end, I think. Did I miss anything here? No, I don't want to comment on that because that's too broad. Just checking to make sure we didn't miss any super chats. We did not. Okay. Dude, but it's mentioned in the Book of Moses. What, the gallbladder? The gallbladder? Fish gallbladder is mentioned in the Book of Moses? I suppose it is. Maverick Lowe, but we don't have the Book of Moses. Or do we? Ooh, secret knowledge. It's a mystery. Maverick Lowe says, I think he means Enoch. Do. It's a mystery. Yeah. I mean, if you want to read Apocrypha for context, yeah, go for it. I've done that. I read the Apocrypha for context. Some of it's interesting, some of it isn't. But I always found that it wasn't that helpful for anything. It wasn't really helpful for me understanding the New Testament. really wasn't helpful at all for the Old Testament. I find that stuff like, as I said, the Church Fathers I found was very instructive and very helpful. Very helpful for understanding the New Testament and even some of the Old. So the Church Fathers I found to be very enlightening, and there's a lot of material there. I mean, if you want books that people aren't reading from that period of time, and yeah, go crazy on the Church Fathers. They're interesting. And for pity's sake, actually read them. Don't ask AI to read it for you. Please. Oh, I encountered some goon this week who basically accused me of being a Protestant heretic based upon his AI readings of the Church Fathers, and then accused me of not reading the Church Fathers. It's like, dude. Dude! If you only knew. If you only knew. Oh, I've read so much Church Fathers it isn't even funny. Oh, I mean, okay, I'll give a little bit of Dr. Folklore here. Dr. Folklore. Before I was an Egyptologist, I was going to be a patristic scholar. Yeah, that was what I was going to do. I was very, very interested in early church history. I had decided that I was going to become a patristic scholar because I loved reading the Church Fathers. Loved it, absolutely. It was like crack cocaine to me. I'd read dozens of volumes. I'd even checked on. I had also selected a Dr. Votter that I was going to study under. And then the guy I was going to study under had a nervous breakdown and was unable to teach for several years. At that point, I had to do a quick switch from patristics to Egyptology. Oh, boy. It's like, yeah. God planned that one out, but boy, that was rough. It was rough. So, yeah. So I've read a lot of Church Fathers. Again, found them interesting. They were fascinating. Eli Shane asked the question, what do we know about the Exodus Pharaoh? A fair bit. Okay. The Exodus Pharaoh was Ramses II. We know this for several reasons. One of them is that the Israelites built the city of Ramses on Pithom. Okay? Both those names are indicative of a Ramesside period setting. The city of Ramses was basically virgin ground prior to his father, Seti I. And Pithom was named Per Atum by Ramses II. Okay? So, before then it was just called Cheku. So, the Exodus probably took place in around his 25th regnal year. We know the campaigns he went on. His last campaign was in his 18th regnal year. His firstborn son, Amenhotep Kopshef, died around the 25th regnal year. He had 52 sons and daughters that were buried at KV5. We actually know a ton about the Exodus Pharaoh. A lot of it. He ratified his treaty with the Hittites in his 21st regnal year. He built the boundary temple at Abu Simbel in his 35th. He reigned 66 years and died of old age. So we actually know a lot about him. An awful lot about him. We know more about his early career than his later career, which is really interesting of itself. We know a lot about Ramses II right up until about his 30th, 35th regnal year. And then it goes silent for another 30 years. We know very little about the last 30 years of Ramses' reign. We don't know why. We know he was alive. Know lots about the fact he was alive. But there's no new temples being built. There's no new temples being built after the 35th year. Eli Shane says, you mean he didn't die in the Red Sea? No, he didn't. There's not a single king of the 18th or 19th dynasty that died by drowning. We've got the bodies. We know this, okay? And frankly, the Bible doesn't say he drowned, okay? Even that reference in Psalms is not drowning. It's swept away. So no, the Bible does not claim that the king of Egypt drowned in the Red Sea. Only his chariots. It's even likely that his infantry survived. When we talk about the Red Sea and who survived the Red Sea, it was the Sea of Reeds, the Yam Suf. Really, only those divisions of chariots that were in the east seems to have been affected. Andrew Graham. The Egyptians took a bath, as Larry Norman put it. Oh. Okay. So, for example, the chariots that were stationed at El Alamein in the west, they survived. Okay? There was about 500 chariots stationed at El Alamein. They survived the Red Sea. The infantry divisions, they survived the Red Sea because they didn't get there in time. Okay? The Red Sea happened, was all essentially a chariot action. Basically, when the army is in pursuit, basically the chariots ride ahead, and the infantry has to catch up. And it can take a day for the infantry to catch up. So the infantry missed the whole Red Sea party by being slow. So Pharaoh didn't go. I mean, Pharaoh was already in his 50s at the time. You know, he saddled up his horse and decided not to go the full distance. We don't know why he didn't go the full distance. I think what happened, to be honest, was that Pharaoh got to Charo, discovered that he was an old man now. Because I'll tell you one thing, riding a chariot in your 50s is not fun. Okay? It's not fun to ride a chariot. It'll rattle your bones. And if you're already starting to get arthritic in your 50s, oh, you are in pain. Okay? You are in pain. So what I think happened is that Ramses saddled up his chariot, raced from Paramses, got to Charo, and he goes nuts to this. Let the generals do the rest of it. It's like he goes, I think I'm going to have a good bath instead and just steam the rest of this off. just Janice's bumpy ride. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, chariots are not a smooth ride. They are rough. And And Ramses was never a general anyway. He was not trained in the military. He was a recreational rider. He had always been raised as a prince, but he was never really trained in the military. Not like his successor. The successor, Merneptah, was a career military man. Merneptah was really comfortable in a chariot. He had ridden them all his life. He was a charioteer to begin with. He remained a charioteer right until his grave. Ramses wasn't. He was raised as a crown prince. He was raised as a crown prince since his grandfather essentially took the throne. And he just wasn't he just didn't do it often enough for those sort of that muscle memory to keep kicking in. And it's like if you haven't ridden a horse in 30 years. Then it feels like the first time you've done it. Just Janice says, I would take my chance and just ride a horse instead of getting into a chariot. You can't do that with those horses, though. That was the problem, is you couldn't ride those horses bareback. You couldn't ride those horses bareback because their spines weren't strong enough. So they weren't that kind of horse. They were a drawing horse. They could draw a lot of weight forward, but they couldn't support a lot of weight on their back. So there was no bareback riding a horse in Egypt. So the only way you could use a horse was by strapping it to a chariot. So, yeah, bareback riding wasn't an option. Harry Stark asks, was Mary riding a donkey or a mule? I don't think it really matters. I think she wasn't really on the donkey anyway. I think she was riding a cart. Okay.
If you're that pregnant, yeah.
Yeah. Joseph was a carpenter. He had a cart. Because you need a cart to haul things around if you're a carpenter.
And
Mary was riding a cart that was pulled by a donkey or mule, essentially. And I don't think it really matters which one it is in this particular case, because, it's half and half. So, okay, I think that's going to be the last question, unless there's anything else. I think I got everything that was interesting.
did you answer those? Have you been to?
Oh no, I didn't. Let's take that one. Let's take that one as our last question. Where is it now? All right, the Deuce a Dude asks, have you been to the Tomb of Osiris at Giza? No, I haven't. And nobody else pretty much has either. Let's explain what this is. Okay? The Tomb of Osiris at Giza is a shaft that has been carved into the bedrock of the Giza Plateau, and it goes down about 30 feet. Okay? There is one tomb-like section in the top, or in the middle of the shaft, and then there's another shaft that goes down the rest of the way to basically what's the water table. We don't know what's beneath the water table. Nobody knows. The fact, too, is that it probably goes nowhere anyway. Because the water table in antiquity is probably higher anyway than it is today. But you go there today, you hit 30 feet, and you've hit the water table. But back when that tomb was constructed, the water table could be potentially a lot higher. So, I've never been there. There's no inscriptions on the walls. It's assumed to be a tomb of Osiris, but that's an assumption. Okay? As I said, it's got no inscriptions, nothing, no artifacts were found in it. It's an empty tomb that's basically a shaft leading to a room with 4 pillars in it. I think it's got 4 pillars in it, as I best recall, and then a second shaft. It's believed by some to be what's called a votive tomb. So a tomb that was made for Osiris, but never really used as a tomb. Basically, this sort of a proxy tomb for Osiris. Okay, that's what some believe it to be. Now, Deduzu says, Howie says they found a sarcophagus inside a sarcophagus at the bottom. They might have. I don't know. I don't pay that much attention to it. But, it could have been. They could have found something down there. Again, once you get past that water table, they might have found something else there. But that was the last I kind of heard about it. But if there's a sarcophagus in it, it might have been used by someone, but who knows? There's just not enough information here to really know a whole lot of what's going on there. But then again, too, did he find a sarcophagus or did he find a fragment of one, too? That's going to be another question. So, hard to say with any of that stuff. So, get back to the original question here. So I haven't been there. It's gated. Okay, it's gated. It's covered up because it's a big hole in the ground. Now, one of the things about tombs, we got to understand about tombs that are just holes in the ground, that are just shafts. The Egyptian government doesn't want people walking on the Giza Plateau and just falling down a hole. That's bad for tourism. Very, very bad for tourism. Okay? So, if there's an open shaft or an open hole, they will either do one of two things. They'll either gate it off if it's a big hole. If it's a little hole, they'll put a big piece of sheet metal over it and lock it down. It's not uncommon for them to put in these big sort of doors, these gate doors, that essentially are these heavy steel doors that they sort of concrete in on the edges, and then they just lock it. If you go to, say, Kings Valley, you'll see these. Like, for example, I think it's KV-28, which is this mystery tomb that nobody really knows what's in there. But they've got it gated up. You can't go in. And likewise, you can't go inside the Tomb of Osiris at Giza. It's essentially closed to the public. And there wouldn't be anything inside there anyway. So, Deduzadu said he, meaning Hawizawas, or Zahi Hawass, claimed there was a skeleton inside, but later on denied it. Yeah, that's so Hawi. That's so Zahi. Okay. You can't really. He probably hasn't been in there himself, or it's been so long since he's been in there that he doesn't really know. But it's also just a straight shaft down. It's hard to get in and out. It's not like other tombs where you can go down a passage or steps. You'd need a ladder or a rope to get in and out of it. It's just. Deduza said, I've been inside some of the gated tombs on the Giza Plateau. Yeah, so have I. They'll open them up for you sometimes. depending on which one it is. There's a mastaba near Khufu's pyramid where you can go inside. It's very... they allow you to go inside. There's usually an attendant there that will allow you to go in. And in that case, yeah, it's perfectly acceptable to go inside. Basically, they keep them gated, even when they're not, even when you're allowed to go in them, because if they don't keep them gated, they can't monitor tourists going in and potentially vandalizing them. And that's what they really want to do, is they want to prevent vandalism. Like, for example, the background here that I use on my live streams, those hieroglyphs you see right now, you know, that photograph was taken from a gated mastaba on the Giza Plateau. And you can see those are gorgeous hieroglyphs. Very beautifully done. There's even some desert varnish on those hieroglyphs because it's been blown over the centuries by the desert sands. But, you know, it's behind a gate. It's behind a gate, and if you want to see them, at least up close, you have to get the key to the gate. Or somebody has to open it for you. And in that particular case, that one is open to the public. So, being that it is open to the public, you are allowed to go in there just by asking. Now, it's courtesy if you're allowed to go in and ask to do provide a little bit of bakshish. Okay? And I don't have any problem giving bakshish when I'm not being ripped off. Okay? But a lot of bakshish, when I ask to go into somewhere and they do me the favor of opening it and I'm allowed to be in there, I have no problems giving them bakshish for the courtesy. That's fine. But some of the bakshish does get a little overboard, particularly when you start talking about the bakshish where they promise to take you someplace that no one has ever been before, and you find out it's some scraggly old tomb that's been excavated since the 1930s and is open to the air. You know, it's just like, yeah, come on, really? But yeah, there's a lot of stunning mastabas on the Giza Plateau. And that's one of the things I actually like about the Giza Plateau that doesn't get sort of emphasized enough is the mastabas. Mastabas are great. Mastabas are phenomenal. They're beautiful. They're well decorated. They got great statuary in them. They're just really nice places. As far as, places you can go and see interesting things. I don't like the pyramids so much. They're not so interesting. Dude. Even the police ask for bakshish. Oh yeah, they totally ask for bakshish. It's a culture. It's basically systemic corruption, and it's everywhere in Egypt, and you just kind of got to deal with it. Well, it is still corruption, but here's what I think is the difference. I mean, bakshish as a thank you for a favor that they did, where you're not breaking any laws, fine. I think that's cool.
That woman gave you back.
Oh yeah, I mean, I got bakshish once when I was in Egypt. I was at the Tomb of Tuwasseret in Kings Valley, and this Arabic woman from Cairo came up to me and she asked, "Hey, you're actually reading that, aren't you? And I said, "Yeah, I am. I'm an Egyptologist." She goes, "Oh, cool." She says, "Do you mind giving me a tour of this tomb?" I said, "No problem. I'll definitely gladly give you a tour of the tomb." So I gave her a tour of the tomb, and at the end, she gave me a 25 piastra piece. Monetarily worthless. Monetarily worthless. Worth less than a penny. But I thought that was really cool that I got bakshish. I actually received bakshish once for doing her this favor. She was a physical therapist. You know, she She was she was in Kings Valley as a tourist from Cairo. And I thought that was really, really cool.
Yeah, they called him the wrong guy.
Yeah, tips in advance. Annie Manuel says tips in advance. Well, a lot of backsheesh is done after the fact. Okay? A lot of backsheesh is done afterwards. Okay? So that's okay. Yeah, if you ask for a favor and they do you the favor and you tip afterwards, yeah, that's fine. I've always make sure it's after the fact. Okay, after the fact. Never in advance. Never tips in advance. So, I think that's one of the things about baksheesh is I think that it's where I object to it harshly is when someone tries to skirt the law. Okay, there's a difference between baksheesh and a bribe. Okay, baksheesh is a thank you for a favor that's been done. A bribe is when you seek out an official to do something in exchange for money. There's a definite legal and moral difference between baksheesh and bribery. Sometimes those distinctions get blurred. Okay? And I think that this is why I strenuously disliked what what was his name now? The guy who bribed his way into Amenhotep II's tomb. Can't remember his name at the moment. He's associated with the ABR. I can't remember his name, but Joel Kramer. Yes, thank you, Nathan. Joel Kramer. Joe Kramer sought out an official to bribe him to open the tomb of Amenhotep II. That was illegal and morally dodgy. And caught on film. Like, if you're going to commit a crime, please don't do it on film. Please. Okay? Now, if they were allowed to do it already, and it was a courtesy thing where, yes, he would have had to pony up a lot less Washingtons to do it, but but yeah, that's sort of the difference, is they would have been predisposed to, I mean, if they were allowed in there, they would have been predisposed to do it without all the Washingtons ahead of time. You can see that too. A lot of bribes are basically in advance. A lot of baksheesh is done after the fact. So I mean, it's just one of those things where I think, for us to remain, say, in the moral right here, we have to be cognizant of, say, what is ethical and what is moral when we do these sort of activities. Okay, so I think we're going to. I think we're going to end with this. Yeah, I think we're going to end with that. Okay, so we want to thank every one of you for joining us tonight. We are so grateful that you were with us and that you basically gave us your super chats and supported us through PayPal. We really, really appreciate the financial support. We also want to thank those who support us through Patreon and through the YouTube memberships. We really appreciate that. We also want to thank those who support us through buying our books. It does matter to us that you buy our books and that you leave reviews. Basically, if you haven't read the War of the Gods series, please do so and leave a review. We so appreciate that. And we also ask that recommend it to your friends as well, because that helps us. We also want to thank those who support us just by watching our videos and hitting that like and subscribe button and sharing the URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out there. With that said, thank you so much for being with us tonight. We're glad you could be with us, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.